progress.
Good. Thank you, Bonnie, and welcome everybody to tonight's Tuesday night council meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 18th. This is the beginning of the council meeting. I hope everybody had a happy and celebrated their day yesterday, remembering the life of Martin Luther King. It is a day of remembrance, but it's also a celebration of his life and all the goals that he strived for and that continue to present themselves to us even to today. So happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody on this call and to all those who are watching. Councilor Pentelo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. That wasn't easy with all the echoing.
No, but we're all good. We know it. So thank you, Councilman. And Sue, I saw you earlier. Would you do us the honor of the attendance tonight for the council?
Yes, Mayor. Councilor Biggs? Councilor Forrest?
I'm here. Had to get to the unmute button.
Councilor Hill?
Here.
Councilor Lesser?
Here.
Councilor O'Connor?
Present and accounted for.
Okay. Councilor Pelletier?
Here.
Councilor Pentelo?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Here.
Mayor Rao?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And tonight we've got kind of a full plate of presentations tonight. As you see on the agenda, the MDC will be presenting their budget. And Bob, do you want to go by Bob or Robert? Your preference.
Bob is great, thanks. I know I have a number of other MDC folks that are waiting to join as well that would like to participate.
Okay, and I know some of our MDC commissioners are on as well. So town manager will be bringing those in shortly. If everybody sees on their screen, just keep sliding through. I will tell everybody who's on here, if you've got any questions or comments, if I don't see a hand raised, because I got to keep sliding back and forth on this Zoom, there's no questions. Just please, or if there are questions, please just reach out, say, Mayor, I got a quick question, or I got a comment if you are there. I'll try and get to everybody, but if you see me zooming around on my screen, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep an eye on everybody. So we've got MDC tonight. We've got the DOT to talk about the Putnam Bridge trail connection to Glastonbury over the Route 3 Putnam Bridge. That's up for discussion and a possible vote at the end of the meeting. Derek Greger from Engineering will be here to talk about progress on the Wolcott Hill connector. That is just north of Jordan Lane, the intersection right there from Jordan and Wolcott Hill to Victoria Road in Hartford. And then finally, we're going to have a discussion on legal use of marijuana. As most, if not all, know from the council, the legislature adopted legalization of recreational use of marijuana. Municipalities have the option to zone for it, against it, both in retail, dispensary, cultivation, growing. There's a number of different facets to the law that municipalities would be involved in. And I believe we're going to be hearing from some department heads as well as Chief Medina on that. And obviously it's open up for discussion for us tonight. So those are just the four presentations. I know it's a lot. We'll be taking a lot of that in, and then we'll go right into council agenda after that. So without further ado, Bob from MDC, I saw you earlier. And we do have Andy Adel, one of our commissioners, Peter Gardell, one of our commissioners to MDC. And if I'm looking, I'll take a look to see if David Drake is on as well. David is our third commissioner for the MDC representing Weathersfield. So, and then all those other folks from MDC, again, like I said, if I can't see you and you want to comment or ask a question or answer a question, if I don't see you, raise your hand. Please just jump on in and just say, Mayor, I got a question. Without further ado, Bob, I guess relatively new CFO for the MDC. Welcome to Weathersfield. Welcome to the Town Council. We promise to be gentle, but we may be asking some questions of you and the staff at MDC. And actually, before I start, I don't know if Scott Jellison is on the call or not. If you're Scott. Yes, I am. I don't know if you can hear me. I sure can. And I see that I'm on. I wanted to, before I start this, express my sincere gratitude to the MDC. On Saturday, not this past Saturday, but a week ago Saturday, we held our second test kit and N95 mask distribution at the high school. We needed a lighted sign for traffic control and to let folks know how long the distribution would be going for and whether or not we were out of masks, which we were relatively quickly. But thank you to the MDC. They loaned us that digital display. It came in handy. It's a lot better than writing something on a sign and posting it into the ground. So we do appreciate the MDC loaning us that sign for the day. With traffic control.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I hope you can hear me. And anytime we can help our towns, we try to do that as best we can. So, and I do believe our chairman, Bill DeBell, is on the line as well.
Hello, Chairman. If you can hear us, great. Hopefully in a few short months or weeks, we will be back in person and get to see you again. So, thank you. Further ado, I'll turn it over to Bob to give us the highlights of MDC's budget that was adopted, I believe, back in December, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor, and thank you and Town Council members for inviting us this evening. Tonight's presentation, it'll come in at 15 minutes. There's only 8 slides. But in addition to Scott Jellison and our Board of Commissioner Chair Bill DeBella, we also have Kelly Shane, our Chief Administrative Officer, and Chris Lebeck, our Chief Operating Officer. So a whole lot of folks here to answer any questions that you may have. So we're already on slide 2. I've done the introductions, but the second bullet talks about our budget development. It began back in September with our first of 3 town meetings and ended with the budget's approval in December, as you mentioned, Mayor. The process included several MDC Board of Commissioners committee meetings in addition to the public hearing, as noted. MDC's core values are listed in that third bullet at the bottom of the page. And our goal with this evening's presentation, along with the entire public budget process, is to fulfill our obligation for that 4th item, that open communication and transparency with our member towns and stakeholders. So we're going to spend a little time on this slide, slide number 3. It details the adopted 2022 water and sewer operating budgets, with the first bullet detailing the expenditures up top, and then the second bullet is the revenues to support those expenditures. So let's start with the bottom of the first bullet, you'll see in yellow that our entire budget only increased $3.5 million or 1.7%. I've ranked the categories, the expenditure categories from lowest to highest increases. And so let's take a look at the top of the chart. And you'll see that our annual debt services had a reduction of $2.2 million year over year. And that provided us with a good deal of budget relief. This net impact of debt that we added, expiring debt, and refunded debt. We wanted to highlight that we're always monitoring our markets and our outstanding debt, and we were able to successfully reduce debt service payments by $24 million over the next 20 years by refunding general obligation bonds in August and state clean water and revenue bonds in November. Who would have ever thought that you could refund a 2% clean water bond and save money? But we did, close to $51 million. So in just this budgeted 2022 year, those refundings saved $1.2 million in debt service. So we're also quite proud of the next item on the chart of expenditures that shows a year-over-year reduction in total payroll. Now, this is a result of a reduction of 10 employees in these operating budgets. We were also able to deduct an additional 6 employees from the capital budget for a net total of 16 budgeted positions being reduced across the organization. The next 3 items, pension, insurance, and OPEB, had very small increases, and yet these can be big drivers of our expenses. I was a municipal chief financial officer in Connecticut for 12 years, so I lived these pension and OPEB significant increases. But we were fortunate. In the prior year, our pension and OPEB assets outperformed our assumption in the market, which lowered our required contribution in this fiscal 2022. And for insurance, it was a result of our October renewal premiums and claims estimates for general liability, property, auto, and workers' compensation, just the same as the municipality's budget. The MDC, as I'm sure Wethersfield and all of our member towns were challenged by the increasing costs for natural gas and electricity, which you could see in the bottom 2 items of the chart. The MDC has enjoyed relatively low electric rates as it began locking in pricing for 5-year terms back in 2006. This, of course, had to be rebid in 2011, 2016, and this past year in 2021, which impacted this year's budget, the 2022 budget. So those are the big drivers of our expenditure increases. So let's take a look at the second bullet, which is the revenues. How did we raise sufficient revenues to pay for that $3.5 million increase, along with offsetting any revenues that actually went down year over year? Well, the first thing we did is we increased ad valorem by 3.1%. It generated an additional $1.6 million. We also increased the sewer customer service charge from $7 to $9, which generated about another $2 million. And then our water consumption rate only went up 4 cents, 1% this year, but it generated about $500,000. If you add those 3 together, it gives us an additional $4.1 million for those 3 revenue items. But we actually had a net decrease in other revenue items of about $600,000 and that's how we arrive at the $3.5 million to pay for the expenditure increase. If you're curious, the other revenue decreases were driven by less septage and sludge revenue. So this by far was the longest slide. So let's now see how these numbers impact our ad valorem, water rates, and total budgets on the next slides. So this is slide number 4, and on the left side of the slide, you'll see the sewer and water operating budgets totaling $209 million, shaded in pink. And on the chart on the right side of the slide, you'll see how that pink total of $209 million at the very bottom of the right side is a $3.5 million increase over 2021's budget of $205.5 million. And this was the 1.7% increase that we spoke about on the previous slide, shown in yellow here, or highlighted in yellow. So much the same as municipalities' budget. I did it for 12 years in Connecticut, 2 years in Oregon. We first determined how much it costs to run the operations for the upcoming year. And then we subtract from it other revenue, and then the remainder, at least for municipalities, is divided by the grand list to determine the mill rate, right? Well, the MDC does the same thing for each its sewer and water's budgets. Specifically, if you look at the chart on the right at the top, in 2022, the sewer operating expenditure was determined to be $100.2 million. And its other revenue, which we discussed on slide 3 previously, was about $47.1 million. So the MDC needed to raise $53.1 million from its member towns with the ad valorem tax. And you'll see that highlighted in yellow. It's $1.6 million more than we raised in 2021, or the 3.1%. So I'm not going to go over the water rate because it's calculated much the same way. We could drop right down to the remainder of $96.6 million. It's a little different. It's not that 96.6 isn't funded from a single source. It's funded from both consumption, the 4-cent increase we had in the water rate, and service charges. Right below that, this is the gray area, you'll notice that our service charge revenue actually went down a net of about $1 million. And this is due to less customer service charge revenue. And it's primarily from our high volume commercial, industrial, and municipal accounts whose use have been reduced due to many employees still working from home. Slide 5 is a hypothetical water bill for the typical residential user in a member town on top and a non-member residential on the bottom. We used 100 CCFs, that's about average, it's about 8.3 CCFs per year. And you'll notice for both the member town and the non-member town, the water rate only adds 33 cents a month or $4 for the year. It's a very small increase. However, for the member town, paying the sewer customer service charge increase from $7 to $9, $2 a month is a $24 a year increase. And that's where you'll see the total increases in percentages, 2.6% for the member town and 0.5% for the non-member town user. Slide 6 takes that, if you look at the very bottom on the right-hand side, you'll see that $96.6 million that we talked about raising for the water operations. Well, I thought it'd be interesting for you to see that clearly the the domestic, commercial, and industrial at the top of the right side of the chart represents 90% of our consumption, and the remaining 10% is from all other categories in the aggregate. And that move from $4.05 per 748 gallons, or a CCF, to $4.09, you'll see in the chart how it raised $72.2 million. And then when we add the $24.3 million from the service charge revenue, that's the $96.5 million we needed to raise for the water budget. Only two more slides. Slide number 7 shows how the NDC member towns will enjoy the lowest water rate per CCF across Connecticut. That's the left side of the chart in 2022, and how it's been lower than its sister agency, the Regional Water Supply, or Regional Water Authority, down in New Haven County. For the past 7 years, you could see that on the right-hand side of the slide. So for 7 years, we've been lower than the Regional Water Authority, but what I think is particularly interesting about this 2022 year is take a look at our rate last year at 405 and our rate this year at 409. That's a 4-cent increase, or 1%. The Regional Water Authority has increased 37%, or 37 cents, over 8% in that same time period, 21 or 22 over 21. And our last slide, this is just showing that in the previous slide, it looked like the member towns were paying more than the non-member towns, but you'll realize that the non-member towns are our water users only. And so this slide is showing us that the NDC member town customers pay 2 service charges, one for sewer, now $9 a month, and one for water at $14.98. It did not increase this year. However, the NDC customers, the water customers in non-member towns, pay $14.98 a month for the water service charge, and an additional $14.98 a month for the general surcharge per month. And so, Mayor and Town Council, that's I think I came in at 15 minutes, and those are our 8 slides, and we're all here to answer any questions you may have, and I could back up to any slide you like as well.
Great, thank you, Bob. Scott, did you have some comments?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd just like to kind of reiterate and really emphasize the presentation. And I just want to reiterate that our sister agency in New Haven, who just provides water, they don't provide sewer service to their customers. They had an 8% increase this year in their water. We had a 1% increase. But more importantly, as everyone knows, in our district, our customers are also paying the customer service charge on the Clean Water Project, the Clean Water Project charge, which in a sense has affected people's use of water. So when you affect the use of the water, you're actually selling less water, and therefore the water consumption goes down, and therefore revenues go down. So with all of the things that the NDC is doing, with the Clean Water Project, and with the even the increase of the sewer user charge on the sewer side, which, as we've just had a very good conference call with the town 3 weeks ago, we budgeted $2 million for the backwater valve program. We've put in 3 additional staff in the group to really manage the program. With all of the things that we're doing, we are still lower in our water rate than our sister agency in New Haven. And that says a lot in terms of what we've been trying to do with reduce the manpower, women power in the district, trying to do more with less, and trying to be as efficient as we possibly can. With that, if there's any questions, we're more than happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Bonnie, if you can go back and stop the screen share to get back to, or maybe that would be you, Bob.
Yep.
I don't know. Okay. Thanks, Bob. Everybody's getting to be a pro at this Zoom stuff and screen sharing, so hopefully we don't have to get used to it too much longer. Any questions for any folks from the MDC, either Bob or Scott? Well, if I don't see you, raise your hand. Just call on out. If there's any comments also following what Scott had just said from our commissioners at all, I know some of you folks are on board as well, or Chairman DeBella.
Mayor, this is Dan O'Connor. I have a question.
Sure, Dan.
Sure. First off, thank you, MDC, for bringing your entire executive management team here. It does show attention in the town of Weathersfield, and I appreciate that as a counselor and as a resident and as a ratepayer. I have a question. It's not on the budget, but it's more on, I would assume someone online here can answer this question. Can you share with us, because it is a burning issue to many residents in Weathersfield, what is going to be the official cutoff date for the sewage into Weathersfield Cove? And when can we anticipate that ceasing?
Yes, Scott Jellison here. I'll answer that. So the Clean Water Project, as everyone remembers, 2006 really started. The mandate to eliminate the overflows to the Weathersfield Cove is a deadline of 2026. We have a deadline of 2024, or 23 really, to finish the tunnel. So the tunnel is being built as we speak, that goes from the treatment plant in Hartford all the way to West Hartford. That's going to serve two purposes. It's going to collect CSOs in the city of Hartford, which includes the overflows, the 5 overflows to the Weathersfield Cove and Franklin Avenue. And it's also going to collect SSOs in West Hartford and Newington. So the first phase is the tunnel. That we call that, there's 5 contracts, we call it contract 2. That contract with building the tunnel will be done by December of this year. We just broke through to West Hartford, so 4-mile tunnel, 22 foot in diameter, just broke through to the other side of West Hartford on January 4th. So that's great news for all of us. All of the connections to the West Hartford and Newington drop shafts to the tunnel is being done under contract 5, and that's ongoing as we speak. The drop shaft pump station, which is the contract 3, is a contract that we just bid and are about to award. That's a $140 million project that will pump the sewage that goes into the tunnel up to the treatment plant in Hartford. And then the last project that will connect all of the overflows that go to the Weathersfield Cove, which are on Franklin Avenue, will be under contract 4. We're in design with contract 4, and we have to have that project complete by 2026. So I hope that answers your question.
So if you were to give an estimate, though, what would be the date of the cutoff? Are we saying 2026 sewage will no longer be dumped into the cove?
Correct. December 2026, yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Commissioner Adel, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank the staff of MDC, and thank you, Town Council and Mayor Ralph, for having us here tonight. I think you could see, and if anyone participated in our budget hearings, and I'm on the Finance Committee, you could see that we started off at a much higher number, and there was a lot of work to bring the number down to much more manageable levels. And I think some of the increases were really unexpected due to COVID costs such as the electricity costs going up and some other things. But I do want to applaud the staff's efforts to reduce staff and increase efficiencies. I think it's been a rub on so many towns on having a hard time dealing with these clean water charges is what I think Scott is making the point, that our water rates are lower than anyone's, and frankly, we have the best water probably in the country, but because of the clean water charges, which, are going to, as Dan pointed out, get the Weathersfield Cove out of the loop. I think it's a charge we all have to live with until we can get through this. And I thank you also, by the way, this didn't come up, but participating in our efforts to spread out the costs of the next phase of the work over a longer period of time, so we can also get infrastructure done as well as perhaps another tunnel, but certainly getting infrastructure improved rather than spending money on a tunnel which may or may not help down the road. But thank you again.
Mayor, if this is Scott Charleston again, if I just had one thing to add to Commissioner Arrow, if that's okay? Sure. Okay, so to Commissioner's point, we've been talking about this integrated plan forever, right? And the whole idea of the integrated plan is phase 3 of the Clean Water Project. We have just averaged $108 million per year for the last 15 years on the Clean Water Project. In addition to and that's why the clean water surcharge is on the water bill, and that's why it's so high. And in addition to that, we're also spending about $40 to $45 million a year on ad valorem. So that's about $2.5 million, $2 million of debt service that's applied to ad valorem every other year. The integrated plan takes that $108 million and that $40 million or $45 million and merges it together. And now the debt service moving forward will be taken off of ad valorem and be put on the Clean Water Project. So that's why the integrated plan is so important, because it lowers the cost to the towns through ad valorem, especially with the customer service charge on the sewer side, which is on the water bill, and that's really a fair way of applying the cost to work in people's homes and local businesses with the backwater valve programs and dealing with emergencies. So the integrated plan is actually going to stabilize ad valorem and help the towns and the MDC plan for the future. It's going to be a positive solution. We do have a draft approval from DEEP. We just received about 3 weeks ago. We're in the process of reviewing that and getting our comments back. We're hopeful that by February, at the latest, at the end of February, we would have an approved integrated plan. And then we have to decide with our bond council, do we have to have a referendum to start spending money, or can we use the MDC's under charter has a $20 million rule, which escalates over time. It was $5 million and it's gone to 20 in 2013. With an escalator, so now it's 23 and change. So if our bond council and DEEP allows us, we'll be able to start our clean water projects under the integrated plan almost immediately. And they'll be charged directly to clean water surcharge, and we can take that $108 million a year and drop that down to the $40 million range and start shifting debt service off of our ad valorem.
Okay. That sounds, and Weathersfield was, if we weren't the first, but we were probably part of the mix of towns that signed on to the integrated plan when it was presented. So I know, I see Commissioner Gardo nodding his head. They were really pushing for that. I know a number of towns had some questions on that, but it does seem if we start to shift a lot of that debt over onto the clean water project, then municipalities in turn would save on the ad valorem. So, a good plan. Councilman Forrest, I saw your hand first, and then Deputy Mayor Mazzarella.
Thanks, Mayor. Welcome, guys. Two pretty direct questions. The first is, there's been an ongoing, and I don't know the result of it, which is my question, debate about a big charge between DEEP and the MDC. There was a few $1 million, I think, in charges that were levied maybe even a few years ago. I was wondering if you could give us the resolution of how you guys, if there was a resolution to that issue.
Mayor Scott Jellison. There is not a resolution as of yet. You are correct. We were charging, we have what we refer to as a contaminated groundwater charge that was approved by the board back in 2007. And the DEEP landfill the DEEP has indicated that the discharge from that is different than what our charge is for. It's quote leachate. It's not intended to be part of that rate structure, which we disagree. So we were charging them about $4 million a year for their flow, about 90,000 gallons per month, per day, sorry. And we have basically changed the rate structure for not just them, but for everyone, including Pratt & Whitney. Pratt & Whitney, we were charging them about $8 million a year. The rate structure is now a graduated rate, and so the cost has dropped from $4 million down to $2 million a year, and from $8 million for Pratt & Whitney down to $4. Pratt & Whitney is paying, state of Connecticut is not, so it's a total of about just over $14 million and change. We do have, I know Mayor Rell and I know a lot of our mayors and town managers have been very supportive and legislatively to push to get the legislature to support our efforts in retrieving this monies. Myself and our counsel, Chris Stone, had numerous meetings with DEEP and the AG's office. We have not come to resolution as of yet. But we are hopeful that we can have a solution that would involve the legislature, and so we are working to that effort, and that's kind of where we are. But we do not have a resolution as of yet.
And do you have a resolution with Pratt?
Mr. Mayor? Bill DeBella? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. DeBella, but maybe.
Muted, Mike.
Let me just, there's a little more, Mr. Mayor, there's a little more to that issue that our Chief Executive Officer discusses. Last year in the budget, $14 million was put into the budget for the MDC. We met last year with the legislature, and the legislature, in its wisdom, in the federal money, put the $14 million in and talked about a going forward process. As you know, the implementer was the final adoption of the budget. The last night, about the last bill, I believe it was pulled out by the governor's office. And the agreement was between the legislature and adopting the implementer of the budget, that if the Senate, House, or the governor objected to a specific part of the implementer, it would be taken out. At the last minute, in fact, I believe it was the last bill that was done, second to the last bill. The governor's office, the chief of staff, asked that it be pulled out, and it was pulled out subsequently to that and passed on. So it wasn't acted upon. I talked to the governor about it, and he did not know the reason why it was taken out. I have a meeting sometime next week with the chief of staff, because my understanding was that is going to be put back in, and that's what they're going to do in this session of the legislature. But again, we'll have a final I'll have better information when I meet with the chief of staff, because I believe that the chief of staff asked it to be taken out. So the legislature was comfortable with it. Apparently the governor's office wasn't, but the governor related to me that he wasn't uncomfortable with it. So we'll see. I've got a meeting next week, but hopefully that's put back into the 2022 budget on the government piece, and we get some resolution on it. So again, that's where we stand on it. But that's a substantial, I think it's up now, Scott, what's it, $16 million?
Yeah, starting this year would be 16, correct?
It's $16 million, and all that money goes back to the towns to reduce ad valorem.
It's why I asked.
It's going to be in, not all of it, $2 million would go back to the district because we put $2 million in the last year's budget, so there'd be no increase to the member towns. We had reserved $2 million out of that. So that if it comes back at 16, it would be 14 to go back directly into the ad valorem reduction account.
And has the dispute between Pratt and Whitney been resolved?
We never had a dispute with the Pratt and Whitney.
Yeah,
Just another negotiation?
No, we didn't have a dispute with Scott.
no, they've been paying all along, so there's no dispute.
What we did was we went to a volume discount because Pratt and Whitney was involved. We had Pratt and Whitney come in to provide. They drop into our East Hartford system, and what it gave us the opportunity was to create a discount because we had the state of Connecticut would have been at a reduced number, the same reduced percentage that Pratt and Whitney was, except the state wouldn't go along with it. But Pratt and Whitney definitely did.
Okay. And the next question is something you probably are aware of, it's maybe one of the more silly questions, but when the wind turns to the northeast, in Wethersfield at least, about half of our town smells. And I imagine, of course, that's because of the plant that's in the meadows. Is there the potential, whether it's in the Clean Water Project or other projects, or is there any intention, are there any like odor mitigation efforts that can be done? And if you don't know about it, it has an effect on the quality of life. I'm in a ballpark between 10 and 20 days a year, maybe even more. But it's substantial, it's ongoing, and our town obviously borders right there. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, knew about it, or working on it.
This is Scott Jelson. Yes, so we've done a lot of odor mitigation measures at the plant for the projects, as you can imagine, there are certain days as part of the summer that it is very difficult to overcome at the plant. Knowing and having run the trash plant for 6 years, from 2006 to 2012, I'm talking personally. It's very difficult sometimes for people to understand whether it's the trash plant or whether it's the MDC sewer plant. But we completely understand. But there's been significant improvements at the plant in terms of charcoal control, odor control, and with our new wet weather system. We spent more than $600 million at the treatment plant and not all of that was associated with odor control, but obviously improvements to the plant, improvements to flow, improvements to odor control. We do have other projects that will be ongoing. We are looking to one of our biggest odors that occur is how so we take in obviously sewage from our pipes from our 8-member towns. We also take in trucked sludge, and that comes in two forms. It comes in form of liquids, so you have a truck that's quote 75 or 12,000 gallons, and it's basically liquid, and that liquid gets connected to a pipe, and it's hard pipe, and it gets pumped into the system so there's no smell. But there's also a receiving area that we accept cake. And a cake is literally we call it cake, but it's literally a sludge that's been, a lot of municipalities that produce sludge, because of trucking costs, they dewater it and they turn it into what we call cake, which is about 25% solid. And the only way to get it out of the truck is not to pump it, you've got to dump it. And so when you dump it, it does create odors, there's no doubt about it, but it's open to the air. So as part of our improvements, we are planning to build a facility that, a cake receiving facility that will be enclosed, that will help with those odors. So we do have other projects, to your question, that will help that odor.
Thanks, it's actually helpful. And aside from the cake improvements, are there other improvements that Weathersfield can look forward to over the next 4 or 5 years, and that, that address the odor mitigation strategies, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, and so those are really the two that we are working on. Is really the cake facility, which is really our outstanding area that really creates odor. The other odors that emanate from the process itself has really been eliminated. We do a lot of education with high school, at least we were before COVID, but we have a lot of educational tours that show how significantly improved our odor control system is. Be more than happy for our towns or anyone to visit the site, and we can show you the improvements. But the real odor at this point would be coming from either the cake facility, which is open to the outdoors, or our secondary filters, which are exposed. As you can see, those big round, 8 round circulating filters. And during a hot, dry summer day, it's extremely difficult to overcome that.
All right. Thank you for the update.
Scott, Mr. Mayor, just let me, one add-on to that. We are looking at some newer technologies relative to disposal of sludge, which we've just begun to look at. And I think that'll be an improvement on discharge. But we're working in that direction to improve that situation.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I had a question about the ad valorem. If I recall, I guess it's probably 2 years ago, we talked about it briefly at one of your presentations, and we were asking if there would be a study done about moving away from the ad valorem method of revenue. And I was wondering if that study's been completed, if you can share it with us, or what's the status of that?
Mr. Mayor, Scott Charlson again. Yes, we did complete the study. As you know, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the request of the study was done by our towns. The towns town managers were heavily engaged in the process. I think we analyzed more than 8 options. We are kind of at a standstill with that study. The study basically shows, that there's really, it's really difficult at this point to get away from ad valorem, given the history and where we are with the Clean Water Project. But that study is really in the hands right now of the towns for them to give us their decision on what option they liked. We can get you a copy of that. I know there's been a lot of changes in Weathersfield, so you're probably not up to speed. I know Bonnie probably has never seen that. It's called the Recreational study. But we can get Bonnie that study, and we can go through and update her on, the history of how we got. I think we spent $180,000 And that's where we also have done in addition to that, I asked them to do a study on the sewer usage charge, which is on the water bill, this past August. That's where the justification for the $7 to the $9 comes from. And they've also recommended that we should be charging upwards of $19 million, $18 million to $19 million more on that charge to fairly charge for the cost of service that we're providing to the residential customers. And we're going to be bringing that to BPW, our Public Works Department, and our full board to get some direction as to how we implement and when we implement that study. But there's a lot of work that's been done on that, Deputy Mayor, and we've been more than happy to update Bonnie and her staff, and we can go through with you. And but right now, that study has been completed, and we're just simply waiting for the towns to get together and decide on what they would like us to do further. But I will get a copy of that out to you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that, Scott. Any other questions from council? Or comments from commissioners? No, very well informed for us, or informative for us. We do appreciate it. You know, it's always tough to negotiate budgets, and I like to hear from Commissioner Adel that you guys start to work at a number that's higher, and you work towards lowering the increase. Kind of looking through my crystal ball, and I know Deputy Mayor, you will be too, when we start to work on our own town budget. Looking at some of these expenses that Bob had mentioned with utilities and strictly with, you know, the cost of doing business and insurance costs, I think it will be repeated on our own municipal budget going forward. So, you know, it's kind of a crystal ball look to see, you know, what we're going to be dealing with when we start to tackle our budget in the coming months. So, hats off to you guys for coming in high and working towards the 1% increase. I know it is tough. The public, yeah, they definitely have suffered over the years, but looking at Bob's presentation and the increases over the years, you know, the big jumps from 18 to 19, 19 to 20, you know, we are starting to see a level off between 21 and 22. So if we can continue to see that, great. Keep doing a good job at lowering cost and working with you know, your insurance and OPEB on further reducing costs to municipalities and rate users. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
I think when they said 15 minutes, they may have heard us say 50 minutes, but no problems there. That was very informative, and we do appreciate MDC coming in. We are one of the first towns that get the budget report after they do their budget adoption. So thank you to those guys. And I do see Michael Chairperson from DOT is on, project manager, and I don't know if you've got a couple other project managers, James Fallon or, let's see, I'm just trying to get down to the agenda. So you've got anybody else from DOT?
Yeah, there's a couple other folks. I can introduce them if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
That's fine.
All right. Yeah, sure. So I'll get this started, and then really the floor will be yours, hopefully shortly, to ask me any questions. Again, my name is Mike Chairperson. I'm a project manager at the DOT in the highway design section, and I'm in charge of the crew that was designing the Putnam Bridge Trail connections in both Glastonbury and in Weathersfield. With me today, I have Matthew Dale, who's our principal engineer in the Highway Design Group, so Matt's waving, and Andrew Correa. Andrew Correa is the project engineer responsible for the development of the design plans, and he oversees the crew that are putting those together, put those together for us. So really there's Andrew there, so you're waving. So you get a chance to see the faces with the voices. So I guess I had a conversation the other day with the town manager, and we asked if we could come in and discuss the project authorization letter, which is before the town council right now. If you'd like, I can kind of take a step back and I can share my screen if that's okay. I don't know if I have to do anything special. I can just try to share it and just kind of give everyone an overview of what we're talking about, and where the project stands, and next steps to move forward. Is that all right, Bonnie?
Yeah, you should be okay, Mike.
Okay. Let me just share my screen here. All right, you're using my screen?
You're good.
All right. So here we have just an overview, plan view of the area. Basically, this project provides trail connections to the existing walkway that's across the Putnam Bridge over the Connecticut River. The Weathersfield side is pretty much what contained to the area right near Great Meadow Road. I would say of the entire 100% of this project, I would say maybe 5 to 10% of it is in Weathersfield, and the rest of it is in Glastonbury, where the trail provides connections all the way to Norfolk Avenue in Glastonbury, and we also provide a spur connection that goes under the Putnam Bridge and will connect in with the Goodwin Trail system on the Glastonbury side. This particular project has quite a history. It almost predates my 15 years at the DOT. So it started back in about 2007 when DOT was constructing the Putnam Bridge, or doing a rehabilitation of the Putnam Bridge over the Connecticut River on Route 3. During that construction, there was a decision that was made to install a 6-foot walkway, and with the department would then do conduct a feasibility study, and they conducted a feasibility study on the connections. And so that was this feasibility study here, which was completed in 2014. Just fast forwarding really quickly through the history, in 2015, the state initiated a project to do the design of those connections based on the feasibility study. In 2019, we went to the public, presented our plans to the public, and solicited support. I remember I was there. There was over 100 people in the room. And many of them were in support of the project. And then from then, we completed design. So we got to a point where we pretty much completed design about a year ago, and there were some delays with funding. This is a 100% state-funded Let's Go CT project. There were some funding concerns, and it kind of caused things to get delayed. And meanwhile, one of the final outstanding piece of this project was really the maintenance agreement, that PAL that's before you, that really outlines the maintenance responsibilities between the town of Weathersfield and the state of Connecticut. And this is basically what these project authorizations are to do. And they work in consultation and coordination with the master municipal agreement that the town of Weathersfield has with the state DOT, and it outlines a project-specific maintenance requirements. And so, what this PAL does, and if you haven't reviewed it, you already know. So I'm not telling you anything you haven't. But if you haven't seen it, what it does is it says that the Department of Transportation is going to build this thing for you, and these are the things that the department will be able to will continue to maintain in perpetuity. And these are the things that the town's going to have to do. And so, generally speaking, on almost all trails that are built by the state in different municipalities across the state, the towns are going to be responsible for the daily maintenance of the trail. So that's the litter pickup, trash removal, daily mowing, and in this particular instance, snow removal. This trail was touted as a trail that was going to be open year-round, and so being open year-round means making sure it's clear from snow. The state DOT would be responsible for larger things, like capital improvements. The trail need to be repaid. We would be responsible for that. There's some specificity in here about fencing, chain link fence versus split rail fence. And so we tried to get as descriptive as we could within the language of the power. And so we've had a number of meetings about maintenance, but actually before I go on any further, I kind of want to, I have a colored plan of the area in Weathersfield that we're talking about here. So I'll leave this on the screen as we continue to talk. And so the area in Weathersfield, the DOT is asking the town of Weathersfield to maintain the parking lot, its landscaping associated with it, and the trail, as you can see here. And then once it gets to the walkway, this is the state's responsibility. And then as you get over the bridge, that's into Glasgow. So we've had a number of meetings with town staff along the entire way. And at every junction, it seems that we've been able to get to the point where we've gotten town support. There were a few number of meetings to get there. As far as we understood, we do have town support. We have town staff support at least. And so we've moved the project forward to the point where this is really the last piece, this piece being the PAL to be signed from Glastonbury at the Weathersfield, and also we expect one to be signed from Glastonbury to move this project into construction. So assuming we can continue to move forward, we expect we would be able to start construction as soon as this summer on the entire piece, if we can keep the momentum going. And we expect a two-year construction duration, as we expected further on in the design process. So kind of with that, I really want to turn the floor over to the town and answering specific questions that you have for either myself or Andrew from the design team or even my supervisor, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. And Bonnie, if you can, or Mike, stop screen sharing for me.
Sure.
Yep. Just so I can see. Great, thank you. First one I saw, Councilwoman Pelletier.
Thank you. Also, I have a question about that parking lot. You don't have to put the picture back up, but is that located on town property or state property?
Everything is located on state property.
Okay. So, I have a question. I was trying to locate where I read it, but somewhere in our packet, now of course I can't find it. It said that the town had already agreed back in 2014 to this maintenance, but I can't find that. And I know, Bonnie, you sent us the master agreement earlier today, and the relevant parts were highlighted, which is nice, but it says the municipality assumes responsibility for anything that is built on town property, whereas the state to take responsibility for things on state property. So where is, and like I said, I can't find now where it said that the town is already obligated to do this, but has the town previously agreed to take on this expense, and if so, and where is that?
I think I'll defer.
Yeah, so.
I was
go
going to
ahead.
say, Mike, if I could defer to Derek and Sally, because I think they were involved in meetings, and they're on. It was before I was here, Mary, that I think there was some agreement on some of this. So I don't know if Derek or Sally could talk about any meetings you had.
I wasn't a part of the meetings. The only thing that we found were the documents from previous town council meetings, which show the document that was signed, I believe, in 2014. I started being in meetings last year. about this project.
Okay. Mike, do you have any insight into that?
Yeah, so there's a long history with the project. So we would never have. So I'm excited. We can go back there. So there's a feasibility study that was completed in 2014 that was conducted with a large group that included the planning agencies, the DOT, so it's a Prague, DOT, Town of Litchfield, Town of Glastonbury. The public was involved in this, and so during the development of that feasibility study, maintenance was a key piece. And in it outlines a maintenance plan and whose responsibility would be the state or the town. And the feasibility study is very clear that snow and ice removal on the trail, daily maintenance, things like that, that we typically would assign to the towns if we were to move forward with these projects, was included in that, right? And so the towns signed off that this is a feasibility study is something that they believe in, and then the state took that and then initiated the project from there. So so we believe as a department, and someone else at the state, correct me if I'm wrong here, but we believe that we would never move forward without that piece.
I'd just like to add, this is Matt Vale. I work with Mike. So when we say the towns agreed, it really was an advisory committee that was put together for that study. So it was made up from members and town officials from both the towns of Weathersfield and Glastonbury, like he said, the region. And that advisory committee had kind of guided where this study went. So the final outcome and what's written in the study is where the maintenance responsibilities lie. So through that whole process, we kind of, we took the results of that study and kind of just moved it forward. That was the basis of initiating our project. So when we say approve, it really was developed by that committee, and we've just been kind of moving this forward. So we don't have a document that approves anything at this point. It's just what that advisory committee came up with during that study and all the stakeholders.
Thank you. And a question probably for Sally is, what do you think the cost, added cost or additional resources, if any, your department might need to maintain this area?
Equipment-wise, the current mowers that we have, based on the ratios of the plans that we've seen, we don't have a piece of equipment right now that would easily be able to mow. I will say, working with the DOT, they have made changes to it. It's just that our equipment, our zero-turn mowers, don't have the radius that is warranted by it. So equipment-wise, we're a little behind the game. Like anything else, it's a zero-sum game. If we are adding activities onto the staff and we're not adding staff, then other daily activities, especially during spring, summer, fall, there's going to be an elongated time between doing all of the activities. Technically, can we do this? Absolutely. Between our parks people and the tree warden, we have the ability to do it. Staffing-wise, it is another, it may only be 5 or 10% of the project, but it's still a significantly sized area to maintain. And if it grows in popularity, then we're going to have to put more people down there, on trash and other things, as we see from the Cove during the summer when it's very busy and there's a lot of trash and things that needs to be picked up. So it's going to be a stretch for us without additional resources, but it is doable.
Okay, thank you.
Sally, would staff be permanent, full-time public works staff, or would this be handled through seasonal staff?
I believe that because this is a 365-day-a-year project, it would be full-time staff, because those people would also have to go down. There are sidewalks that need to be plowed, with snow removal and treatments, and then, yes, when we get to it, but still we would need to be able to plow the parking lot. And that would also go on to the ground staff as they do the other parking lots of town buildings and town properties.
Okay. Any other questions for Mike from DOT? Deputy Mayor Mazzarella.
Yeah, not really a question, but I can't think of any other state-owned property that the town of Weathersfield is required to maintain. I'm just having a hard time understanding why the town is burdened with maintaining state property. We don't cut grass around the off-ramps right in that general area. We don't, I just can't understand where another example of this would be in our town.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a complete response to that. I think my response from the state would be that, I think although it is state property, it's providing an amenity that's specific for the town of Weathersfield. I just want to be clear that, like a mowing maintenance requirement would be just the immediately adjacent to the trail system. It wouldn't be the entire area. Maybe near the parking lot would be some mowing, but it would become essentially used by the town of Weathersfield almost exclusively, or in Weathersfield, right? And not by the state. Otherwise, it wouldn't be used at all. Just be sitting there unmaintained land. So I think that's the specificity of this particular instance. But I don't have an answer to the other part of your question. Just kind of clarifying from our position of the state.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, any follow-up on that? Okay.
I'm at a loss. I mean, what happens if we don't sign this agreement?
Well, the project can't continue, so it the design essentially wouldn't be complete, so we wouldn't be able to put out a bid. So it's the funding, I don't know, the funding would go somewhere else, I guess. Right now we have funding that we are obligated, we're saying we're expecting to spend in a certain fiscal year. And so I guess we have to find a replacement for that if we couldn't move the project forward. Am I right, Matt?
Yeah, so just to add, right now the project's scheduled for advertising in the next few months, if we could have these maintenance agreements signed. The reason why we were here is really because of the public outcry when we did the bridge rehabilitation project for some sort of trail connection across the Connecticut River. So, that kind of initiated that add-on to the bridge at the time. We're building this connection and this trail for the public because of the public need. So, this, just want to point out, this isn't just the state's idea to try to put, more responsibilities on the town by just building a trail system. This is something that's, a lot of pressure's been provided from a lot of stakeholders for this type of infrastructure. So it's not just about maintaining a piece of state property, it's providing an infrastructure for people in the town of Weathersfield. Others, of course, too, who might use a trail, but.
And that would be the 100+ participants in your feasibility study meetings that you had.
So that study was just put forth to try to come up with, what do people want? Like I said, it was many different stakeholders, which we could look back at the study to find out exactly who they were. But they were, an assortment of stakeholders from each town, different groups, including the region. to see if anything was feasible and what was really wanted.
I don't have anything else, Mike.
Okay. Mayor? Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick comments. I'm in favor of this. I think it's great for the quality of life of our residents, and I do think there's potentially substantial economic development benefits. So I think this is really good. I do have, some concern in terms of what the maintenance cost would be, but net, this is potentially a huge benefit in terms of quality of life and economic development. Just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Lesser. Councilwoman Pelletier?
Thanks. I just have one more quick question. Has Glastonbury, have you presented this to Glastonbury and have they signed their agreement yet?
They have not signed yet. They are in the process. They had some questions that we answered for them. I think it was last week, Andrew, which is, I know your staff was involved in answering those questions. I think they sent it to them last week. I haven't heard back yet. They were going to present it to their council at the next council meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Now, aside from the studies and the work that was done for the bridge rehabilitation project and then the pedestrian walkway, has DOT expended any funds on any of the projects that would be linking the walkway to either Weathersfield or to Glastonbury yet? Have you done any, infrastructure work? Has there been any outlay of funds from DOT on, besides, staffing and studies and planning or anything like that? Actually, any physical work that's been done as of yet?
Physical construction work? No, there's been quite a bit of design work that's, been expended over the last 6 years. If you go all the way back to when the job was initiated, but I don't know of any construction that have been undergone that.
No, only anything needed for design, so I'm not sure if we really needed any borings out there or not, but we certainly had survey units out there performing survey just for design purposes. No construction activities, no.
There was some rights of way in Glastonbury along Norfolk Avenue, but those are really for sidewalk along Norfolk Avenue.
So money was spent to purchase some right away in Norfolk Avenue.
Are you guys just strictly focused on this particular project, or are you working on any other similar state municipality partnership projects throughout the state?
Matt, that's more of a question for you.
So our design crews here are working on many different projects. So when you talk about a municipal team, do you mean a maintenance agreement of such specifically?
Right. Yep.
Yeah, so every trail we build has this same maintenance agreement, Sometimes there's different appurtenances in different locations, so the specific details of the maintenance agreement might have to list different amenities, but these are the usually the boilerplate maintenance agreement for what the state maintains and the towns maintain for these trails. Most often the trails we're building, we're making the last connections in certain areas, which are really the most difficult ones. A lot of the easy trails, the rails to trails, towns have built those with their own funds. That's usually what happens. But the state's stepping in to make these last connections that are usually pretty tough, where they either very environmentally, have environmental impacts or sensitivities. So this is exactly what we do for other portions and trails that we have just finished or are still working on in design. whether it's Manchester, we worked in Manchester and Bolton not too long ago, a couple of years ago. So very similar maintenance agreement for those. And that's the East Coast Greenway. We're finishing the final gap in the Farmington Canal Heritage Trail down in Plainville. And that's the last gap for all of Connecticut for that trail. So, yes, as far as other projects, I mean, our staff's working on other highway projects all the time. So,
Okay. Hey, Mayor, if I can ask a question?
Sure, Councilman O'Connor.
Yeah, the question I have is, and just commenting on what Councilor Lesser had said, I personally think it's an awesome idea to connect the two towns. But when you look at the economic development aspect, I do want to ask a question is, once a Glastonbury person coming from the Glastonbury side gets off the bridge, what mechanisms are in place to ensure their safety of walking to Old Weathersfield as an example? Are they walking on the road? I mean, what can you talk a little bit about what you're doing? Because it's one thing just to let them get over the bridge, but where are they going to go from there? And is it going to be safe and feasible for people to want to continue that walk?
Yeah, it's a good question. So Great Middle Road being a municipal local road network, it really was outside of the purview of this particular project from our perspective and design, right? So we were tasked with a specific purpose and need, and that was providing connections to the walkway that was on the Putnam Bridge. And so that's kind of really where we spent a lot of our time and focus. I can say that, there are shoulders out there, but we have not evaluated the entire, area headed towards Old Weathersfield. I think I am aware that there are some other ongoing efforts that may be underway. Maybe somebody on this group can speak a little bit better to that for other connections up to this piece. But, we were specifically focused with this, the connection piece, connecting to the walkway, because that's one of those connections that I was before.
I can speak to that. Derek Greger, town engineer. The town has submitted applications to CROG for lots of funding. So we have been approved at this point for funding to put in new sidewalks and do some pavement marking revisions to provide, safer bicycle travel as well as pedestrian travel between where this project ends along Great Meadow Road at the parking lot, going along Great Meadow Road underneath I-91 to Hart Street. So that was phase one of our project. Phase two of that project will continue that work from Hart Street, coming down Marsh Street past Fiscal Services and to the Main Street and Church Street intersection, which we are applying for additional funding for that. Actually, it's due tomorrow. So we do have funding for phase one. Phase two, we're putting in an application for funding. I'm hoping we'll get that as well, and that will make those connections those connections were part of the feasibility study that was done. So we're hoping if things move along that we'll be able to do those, in the near term after this project's complete. In the interim, I assume we could do some level of line striping, particularly for bicycles to help with that. But we do have those projects are in the works at this point.
Thank you, Derek. That's helpful.
Any other questions for folks from DOT? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming on tonight. There's going to be a lot to take into consideration. We do have it as a item up for review further on in the agenda. So, may or may not be taken up tonight. It's something that we will be discussing. Okay.
great.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, going back to the agenda. Derek, you were on, and I talked briefly about the Woket Hill project earlier. and I think everybody on this call is familiar with that project. So if you can just give it a quick update and let us know where we are.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Derek Greger, Town Engineer. As mentioned earlier, this is for reconstruction of Oakville Hill Road between Jordan Lane and Victoria Road in Hartford. Another lots of application that was submitted by the town back in 2018. We were approved for funding. With this funding program, the state pays 100% of construction costs. We were initially awarded $2.7 million for the work in October 2019. It has been increased a little bit based on some design changes up to just over $3.3 million at this point. In addition, the town has received another $500,000 in state bond funds to install new street lighting along this corridor. So with that, the town retained VHB for survey, design, and permitting services using local road funds. And we're here tonight just because we're at the final design stage. We're getting ready to issue a bid solicitation in the next couple of months, and we just wanted to come in and just give you an update on where the project is, show you the current plans, just to make you aware of it. We're going to also be presenting to the Planning and Zoning Commission tomorrow night for the same reason. And with that, I just want to turn it over to Bill Anderson, who's our project manager for VHB, and he can provide you with some additional information.
Great. Thanks, Derek, and welcome, Bill.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I could share my screen. Allow me to have a brief presentation that I'd like to run through and take any questions at the end. Let's see.
I'm getting there. At some point, I'm not going to need you there. You'll be happy.
All right, can you see my presentation here?
Yes.
Awesome, great. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and everyone else for joining us tonight. Yeah, so just a quick presentation that we're going to go through just to kind of give you an update as to where we are. So for tonight's presentation, we'll discuss a quick project overview. We'll talk about proposed improvements. We'll update you on the next steps, and at the end, we'll take questions. So just a quick project overview. The project actually begins at Jordan Lane in Wethersfield and extends north to Victoria Road in Hartford. The project is approximately 1,800 feet long. This is a mixed-use corridor. We have residential use on the west side. On the east side of the corridor, we have two DOT facilities, Department of Labor and Department of Correction. We also have a DOT park and ride lot just near the intersection of Jordan Lane and Walkerton Road. Average daily traffic on this road is approximately 5,600 vehicles per day. That was measured back in 2018. This accounts for vehicles traveling in both directions. This is a major bus route for city transit. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with this section of the road, but I imagine most are. Not too long ago, DOT buses were parked along Walkerton Road as a layover area, just in front of that park and ride lot. Through the effort of the town and to convince city transit to move those buses into that Department of Labor parking lot. So those buses are no longer laid over along Walkerton Road. As Derek mentioned, we did receive funding through the local Transportation Capital Improvement Program. This is administered by CROG. The town also received additional funding from DECD for installing lighting along the project corridor. So for our current estimate, we're currently at the final design stage. We're just over that lots of funding amount, but just to know that the actual amount that the town will receive is the actual amount based on the lowest bidder from the contractor, plus an additional 20% for construction oversight and contingency. The design is funded by town funds. Continuing the overview, currently in the northbound direction, there are two lanes. Southbound, we have one lane with on-street parking.
There are excessive wide lanes out there, due to lack of ADA compliant sidewalk ramps. For pedestrians cross and walk the road, they cross for a long distance unprotected. The pavement is in very poor condition, and it's the reason why this project is warranted, and certainly really need to get done as soon as possible. So proposed improvements, there's a lot of stuff on the screen here, so I'll just explain to you what we're doing. So currently, what we have out there for pavement is that we're approximately 4 inches of pavement sitting on about 12 inches of concrete base, and beneath that concrete base, we have soils that are mixed with clay. So for the proposed improvements, what we're going to be doing here, we're going to be removing that hot-mix asphalt, the front of the hot-mix asphalt, remove that concrete base and any unsuitable base material. We're going to install a separation fabric and then fill that roadway with suitable fill material and then install 6 inches of hot-mix asphalt. This is a plan overview of the proposed improvements. So imagine, we're walking away from the left of the screen to the right. So we have the John Lane to the left, we're heading north, we're heading towards Hartford. So I'm not sure if you can see my mouse as I'm working on the screen here. So I'm going to start from the top of the screen and work my way down to the bottom. So these color codes are showing the various improvements. So the orange is actually sidewalk that will be reconstructed to either meet ADA requirements or sidewalk that's in poor shape and needs to be reconstructed. We have what's shown green here is your snow shelf or the grass strip between the curb and the face of sidewalk. We're actually installing new curbing through the entire project area, granite curbing through the entire project area. We'll be providing in the southbound direction a 5-foot bike lane, a 4-foot buffer, 11-foot travel lanes. This existing median will remain with the trees. We are installing lighting in the median. And the northbound actually mirrors the southbound in terms of providing the same number of lanes, the bike lane, and the buffer. Just want to note here that the northbound is actually narrowed by about 8.5 feet. We're now providing additional green space in this area, and where we can provide new trees, we're also providing new trees. In discussion at the time when we're going through the design, the town, chartered us to make sure we find areas where we can either reduce runoff or treat water where possible before it enters the stormwater system. So what we're providing are these, what we call low-impact designs, or in this case, the bioretention systems. So essentially what this does, it's when water is running down this gutter here, it enters the system, it gets treated, and then it enters the stormwater system. So we're providing a total of 3 of those for the project area. Onto the next spreadsheet sheet. Essentially, the next spreadsheet sheet really shows basically the same thing we showed before. So we provide ADA ramps at all intersections. We're reconstructing driveways, aprons. We're providing, crosswalks at these intersections. And again, increased green space on the northbound side of this roadway. So project ends at Victoria Road in Hartford, and so Roper Hill, once it crosses over to Hartford, that's North Franklin Avenue. So at this intersection, not only are we reconstructing the driveway, the sidewalk ramps, but we're also providing pedestrian crossing signals at this intersection. So as talked about before, the low impact design, the goal here is that we want to either 2 things. We're either going to reduce runoff or we're going to treat runoff before it enters the drainage system. So this is the details, kind of the structure we're providing, but this picture shows essentially what this is, water flows along this gutter here, and it enters the system. There's a filtration medium in here that filters the water. There's a pipe connecting the system here and to this catch basin. I promise you that we will not be having pointing at our catch basin when we construct this project. This is an example here of what it will look like in terms of how the 2 systems are connected. Here. So just, again, a lot of information is sheet. We're just going to talk about pay attention to this lighting detail. So what we're going to be providing for lighting is a 20-foot high pole with double luminaires. We're providing 14 of these light poles through the project area. We will be, this is an example here of what that would look like. In our case, we'll have these installed back to back on a light pole. As for the next step, we have some housekeeping items that we need to go through before we can get this project finalized. We need to secure a few easements. We do have impacts to a few properties. We have one easement and a couple rights that we need to obtain for this project. Jordan Lane is actually a state roadway, and because we're doing the work within that right of way, we need to obtain the encroachment permit for this project. For the similar work at the intersection of 321 and Franklin Avenue, we need to obtain a permit from the Office of State Traffic Administration. We're looking to submit the final plans to CROG. I'm thinking no later than next week, and so we can get these plans approved, and we're confident that this project will be completed this year. So that concludes our presentation. We'll take any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Very detailed, and we appreciate that. Any questions for Bill or Derek on this project? Councilman Forrest.
Just a couple comments. Bill, I don't know if there's any room for any adjustments, but the lighting that you have, I find to be very industrial and not very inviting. If there is chance for decorative lighting, especially since this is our gateway, right, from Hartford, right at this area, I think it would be appreciated very much so. In addition to the type and kind of light that you're using, we had a long conversation about the type and kind of lighting down in Old Weathersfield. And it was just have some thought about the Kelvin of the light. You know, the type of light that's being used is softer light, not really bright, etc. And the second item I had here was also when you're looking at treeing the area, whether it's in the median in the middle or even on the side where there's some more area that could be used. If you could use shade trees, you know, larger trees that would provide, of course, cleaner air, but also larger shade instead of the smaller, slow-growing ones. Thinking of some of the more resilient elms now that are out there that are being able to use along some of these roads and can be resilient. I look forward to that instead of a cherry tree that will grow in 40 years to a height of 23 feet. I think having a nice entrance that with trees and better lighting could be very helpful for the area. Those are just two of my thoughts. So if there's any adjustments that can be made, hope you could consider it.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments to Bill or Derek?
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Biggs.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you for the presentation tonight. So this is the block that I actually reside on, and I do a lot of my walking and running in this area. On your presentation, you showed that there was spots here and there that were getting the sidewalks redone. Are we not planning on doing the complete sidewalk going along this street? Is that a different project that's going to be tagged along to that?
Yeah, Councilman, we did include in the initial project, all the sidewalk ramps have to be upgraded to ADA standards. As far as all the sidewalks, no, the project was never intended to replace all of them. Being that we're there, we did look at those that are in most need of repair and are safety hazards, and those we've incorporated into the project. But it's not a complete sidewalk reconstruction from end to end. Because a lot of those walks were deemed to be in suitable enough condition that we weren't going to be replacing them all.
Got it. Thank you. You got to tell those guys to take a jog down those sidewalks. They might change their mind. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Councilman. I guess I got a question for a couple of the easements. You said there's a couple that still need to be done. Which ones are they? Are they private residences, businesses, or would the state Department of Corrections have any concerns with this?
Yeah, we've had meetings with the state Department of Administrative Services as well, and we've talked about what impacts we have. On the east side of the road, there's some very minimal impacts into the state property. All we need from them is a
our standard right of entry form, which they're working on. So we have maybe, I think, 3 or 4 locations where we're doing some encroachment. So from the state, we're looking for that, and they've indicated that shouldn't be a problem. We just haven't received it yet. With regard to the easement, there's one easement on the northwest corner of the Jordan Lane, Woka Hill intersection, which is that auto shop on the corner of 63 Woka Hill Road. The easement's really only required because currently their property extends over the existing sidewalk that's out there. And as part of the project, we need to reconstruct it around the radius there to make it ADA compliant. So being that we're going to be doing some work on the property, we've requested an easement from them just to bisect the corner enough for us to do the work. They verbally have indicated they don't have an issue with that. They just got it recently, so we're just waiting for the forms to come back so we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. And to some of Councilman Forrest's comments, we have heard from some residents about almost a proliferation of signs, street signs, be it, slow down, crosswalk ahead, speed limit signs, do not turn left, whatever signs they are. It seems like, some roads, and I'm trying to look on a Google Street View of it right now, it does look like, every so often you're faced with another sign. Would these signs be taken out and replaced with more modern signs, and then maybe reduce some of the repeat signs that are out there?
Yeah, the signs will be looked at in their entirety throughout the project area. There are a number of signs that are going to be required by DOT as part of the project, which will be installed, but we'll evaluate the other signs that if they need to remain or if they need to be upgraded if they do remain. We'll evaluate that, whether it's part of the project or something we do immediately after.
I guess the only thing I would say is, and it may be that DOT requires that every so often or every so many feet that a speed limit sign is required as a reminder, or a crosswalk is approaching, you need so many signs. But if there's a way we can reduce the amount of signs that are up there, just almost looks like, I forget what they've called it, but, visual street litter or something like that to that point. If we could, look into that, would be good. And then I guess my final question would be the impact to residents with driveways and aprons directly on Woka. I know some of them are on corners that are on, Reed, Judd, and Stillman. But for those that have driveway entrances, how long of an impact would this be for those residents, getting in and out of their driveways, and for actually, motorists and pedestrians using this section of Woka Hill? How long would the impact construction be?
Well, yeah, it'll be a little bit of an extended amount of time. I mean, the contract will be required to provide access to properties at all times. I mean, there may be a short period of time when new ramps are being poured or sidewalks across their driveway. And, we have that with a lot of different projects. So we usually will coordinate with them individually on that. As far as the overall construction length, it's likely going to be a 3 to 4 month project. Not that the entire area is going to be disturbed, but we're going to work with the contractor on traffic control and how to provide that access and through the project area and to residents within it. So that can all be incorporated into how we handle managing construction work.
Okay. And you probably said this in previous meetings when we've talked about this project. Who is the general contractor, and who have we retained to do the work?
Project hasn't been bid yet. We're expecting to put the bids out soon, so I'm hoping to know by spring who our low bidder is, and then we can work forward from there.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Derek or Bill on this? Or definitely looks good, and, it will be a gateway to Weathersfield from yet another artery coming into to town. So best of luck to you guys getting this out and going. I know VHB has been helping Derek and the team from engineering with a number of projects. This is one monumental one, and hopefully we can start off with some construction as soon as possible and with limited impact on motorists, pedestrians, and those that directly abut the roadway. So, thank you.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And going down on the agenda, I will turn it over to Bonnie. Do you want to talk briefly about the questions that have been posed to you by planning and zoning, or if you want me to introduce it, I will be happy to talk about legal recreational use of marijuana and what many municipalities are dealing with since the legislature adopted it and the governor signed it last year.
Mayor, I just think that the major issue is that planning and zoning, of course, is put on a 6-month moratorium, and the question becomes, before they start looking at regulations, is if the council, if you decide this is something you would rather not have in our community, they would rather know now than they start working on all of this, and then to find out that's something that isn't the direction you want the town to head. So they're looking for some kind of recommendation from you at some point, so that they know what direction to go in. And if you want, Denise is with us. She can give us an overview of what the presentation that was made to the council. And I know we gave you a lot of information on this, but we felt it was a brand new topic for all of you, and it was important that you received as much information as possible. There was also something in the packet that Chief Medina gave his recommendation and his concerns, along with Erica Texera, and they're both here with us too.
Okay, thank you. So with that, yes, Denise, if you want to talk from the planning side and what was presented to P&Z and some of your insight with working with them when they put in the moratorium a couple months ago.
You're muted.
Yeah, must be. Got to slide over.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Rowell and councilors. For the record, Denise Bradley, Assistant Planner. I'm here on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Commission seeking guidance this evening on how to proceed regarding cannabis facilities in the town of Weathersfield. In early November of 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission passed a 6-month moratorium that will expire at the end of May. So that currently prohibits the commission from accepting or considering any applications that include cannabis establishments or medical marijuana dispensaries. The Public Act is an act concerning responsible and equitable regulation of adult use cannabis, which basically regulates a variety of establishments listed below, including producers, dispensers, retailers, and manufacturers. There are various local controls in the Act, including the allowance of municipalities to prohibit cannabis establishments, It does prohibit municipalities from banning cannabis delivery. It allows for the municipalities to reasonably restrict hours and signage, to also restrict the number or density of establishments, and to restrict them based on proximity to religious institutions, schools, or other establishments of the like. It does allow for municipalities to charge reasonable costs for safety-related concerns and to establish certain fines. The bill also imposes municipal sales tax, which the revenue must be used for streetscape improvements, other types of neighborhood developments, youth employment and training, service for individuals released from Department of Correction, probation, or parole, mental health and addiction services, and other provisions. So enacting the moratorium essentially allows for the town and the Planning and Zoning Commission the time to study the issue and to determine the appropriateness of this type of establishment within the community. So if no regulations are adopted, these types of retailers would be treated like any other type of retailer in town. We have done a little bit of research on some communities. I would definitely get deeper into this, depending on the course of action that you'd like me to take. Again, during the moratorium, we are for 6 months not able to consider this type of establishment. The only other thing that I wanted to add is that the state is going to begin accepting applications in February and continue for about 90 days. They're going to issue a total of 14 licenses, and because the moratorium is in place, Wethersfield will not be included in any applications during this first round. So again, the Planning and Zoning Commission at this point, we just really wanted to begin a dialogue with you. They're looking for guidance on how to proceed going forward in crafting a regulation, or if you would support this type of establishment, or you're looking to prohibit this type of use overall. So if you have any questions, I'll take them, but otherwise, thank you so much.
Denise, if you could go back one slide, and you talked about a moratorium that Wethersfield would not be included.
Because the moratorium is already in place, and the first round of applications are due between February and March, the moratorium does not expire until the end of May. So at this point, the town would not be eligible for the first round.
Okay. So if they have, the news report said that the first round of applications would start in early February. There's like a 90-day, so 3 months for the application. But would they be, I guess this would maybe a question for our legislative delegation or for Department of Consumer Protection. I don't know if they would immediately start looking for available retail outlets or dispensaries after the first round of applicants have gotten their lottery pick, or if they, at some point that they get their lottery and they win the lottery and they get their application in to the state, they would end up, looking at Weathersfield, say in August or September or later on in the year. So, it still could impact Weathersfield, if we lift the moratorium and allow for retail sale in town. It could be done at any point this year or beyond. It doesn't have to be, in that first round of applicants before the moratorium expires. So that's something I think we may need to consider. It's not like it's not going to happen this year. It could happen if it is allowed in town. Any questions for Denise from council members?
Do you want me to stop sharing, or is there anything you'd like me to go back to?
I'm good. If, I guess I'll open up to the floor. I can only see a handful of you folks, so please just jump on in if you've got any questions for Denise.
Denise, it's Pat. Is this specifically just the dispensaries, or is this kind of encompassing all manners of anything having to do with marijuana? For example, like if somebody wanted to come in and be a cultivation facility, is it just specific to dispensaries, or is the moratorium for everything?
The moratorium is for any type of establishment, so it's producer, dispenser, cultivator, retailer, manufacturer, packaging, anything.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pelletier?
So thanks, Denise. I just had a few questions about what we can use the tax revenue for. I was kind of surprised that it was so restricted. So I wonder if it's even worth it to permit the facilities when, the money has to be spent in sort of narrow areas. You mentioned this, well, there's 6 areas that the tax revenue could be spent in. It's like youth employment training programs, services for people who were released from Department of Corrections or on probation or parole, mental health and addiction services, youth services bureaus, communities, civic engagement efforts. And then the one you mentioned is the streetscape improvements and other neighborhood developments in communities where cannabis or hybrid retailers or micro cultivators are located. So that seems to be probably the one area that we might want to spend the money in, because the other things are sort of like to fix a problem that may be created by bringing it into the community. And it's sort of, you want it to be a net gain and not a net loss. Do you know when it says, what does neighborhood developments mean? And do you know if the streetscape improvements and whatever the phrase neighborhood developments, I'm not sure what that means, but does that mean in areas right around the establishment, or does it just mean anywhere in town? I don't know if you know this, or if there's other regulations that have been written or will be written. I just feel like it's unclear, and I want to make sure if we're going to be bringing these places into our town, that I think for everyone, I would assume the only reason why we would want it is for the tax revenue. But if our hands are tied as to what we can even spend it on, I want to make sure it would be worth it, that we could spend it on things we actually, that would actually help the town. So I don't know if you have any insight into that, Denise.
So as part of any formal application to the Planning and Zoning Commission, the commission would be looking to the applicant for their own streetscape and, neighborhood improvements for that location. The revenue from this tax would be for, the town to designate, the location of the streetscape improvements.
Councilwoman
You
Pelletier?
know, if there's, like regulations that have been or are currently being written to kind of, give more guidance or like clarity on this, because I feel like it could be interpreted narrowly if, and I don't know, and just for everyone's sake, I just have concerns about, this isn't just like a windfall of money to bring in something like this. I just worry that it's gonna, cost us money in many ways, and the tax revenue that we do get is so restricted that it may not be worth it, but those are just my thoughts.
So the act in its full form does have, a more detailed definition, and I can definitely provide that to you. I just kind of narrowed the scope with this presentation.
Oh, I think that was included, there was, I guess maybe it was the summary of the bill. Or was it the whole act that was included? Oh,
I think they might have both been included.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Forrest?
I think it would be helpful to build on some of what Mary's thoughts were to get an understanding about the technical language about what the tax could be used for, the revenue from the tax could be used for. Under the definitions that you just showed us, I can think of millions of dollars of projects that this town needs that it could be used for. So there's certainly not a lack of demand. Just even starting to actually do the Celestine Highway project, which needs to be funded alone. I'm sure all the revenue could be directed toward that. We could see some nice improvements. But understanding it from a technical aspect, I think, is a wise thought by Councilor Pelletier.
We'll look into that, Councilor Forrest and Pelletier, and get back to you.
On the, thank you, Madam Town Manager. On the municipal tax itself, is my understanding that gross receipts are taxed at 3%, and then the gross receipts of the sales within our town are then sent to us, or is it something different, like statewide 3%, and then there's some type of a distribution or some other scheme?
I believe that it's within your town. I can double check. Because
It is a 3% municipal. I mean, it should be within the municipality that the establishment is located.
right.
And has there been, for example, obviously we know Massachusetts has it now. Is there any indication what revenue or what a 3% tax would look like from other, go up 91, go down 90, obviously you can see a bunch of them. Is there any sort of feel what an average dispensary revenue would be from experience in that state?
I mean, I'm sure that that's probably something that we could look into and, get further details on.
If something from Massachusetts or any of those towns that run up and down that corridor, that I think that might be informative. And then next, it looks like there's also the possibility to have a restriction on the number of facilities. And I guess that's a two-pronged question. Is the restriction related to, as Councilor Pentelow mentioned, just the dispensary, the growth, or, you had that list of about 9 or 12 economic activities related to this industry? What are the thoughts about that type of restriction?
It would be limited to one type of establishment per municipality. That's currently, so it's per 25,000 people.
Can you elaborate on that? Are you saying that we get one permit basically for the town of Weathersfield for
Yes.
the dispensary, for the growth, for the delivery, for the transportation, for the warehousing? Like what is?
That would currently be how it's regulated, yes. One of total.
One of each, or so if you had a dispensary,
One
you would have a
total.
brewery.
One total.
We'll clarify that just to make sure.
Okay. And then could we have a permitting like a bidding process for permits. Let's say it comes back and we get one. Could we then put that out to bid? And then, various companies and so forth could bid on that, and then we could derive a revenue from a permitting fee?
I've not heard of that type of process. I mean, typically it's in response to somebody reaching out that, they're interested in a specific property.
And
I'm talking about the permit itself. Obviously, we do this and especially in pollution, right? There's companies that bid on the ability to pollute, so on and so forth. So
I'm not familiar with that type of process being allowed.
could we find out whether it is allowed?
yes, we can.
That's all I had. Thank you for the information, and I think I can understand why you brought it to council for some guidance.
Denise, do we currently have any zoning regulations that allow for medical marijuana dispensaries?
We do. But they also, due to the moratorium that's in place, we're not accepting applications for that type of use either. There was a previous approval for a facility, but the fit-up was never completed, and the application is expired.
Okay. And has any prospective retailer, grower, cultivator, transporter, or anybody reached out to the town to, question what either council or planning and zoning or the town in general are considering?
Yes.
We have two.
Okay. Retail establishments?
They were both retail.
Okay. Any other questions for Denise? Okay, hearing none. I know Chief Medina was on. I'm hoping he's still on. I do see him. Chief, we'll hear from both Chief Medina and I know Erica Textera from Social and Youth Services had some comments as well. Chief, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Town Manager Bonnie Therian, Mayor Michael Rell, Deputy Mayor Thomas Mazzarella, and council members. Thank you for inviting me to tonight's meeting to speak on the proposal of a marijuana dispensary in town. I will try to keep my comments brief and explain my position on the topic. I believe the question that needs answering is, do the benefits outweigh the cost to the town? I want to touch on 4 areas of concern that I have. I know I submitted 8 in a bullet form to Bonnie, but I'll touch on the 4 even though I have more. They are increased costs and costs for services, increased interaction between law enforcement and emotionally disturbed persons, increased marijuana-related medical emergencies, and increased vehicular, pedestrian traffic and traffic-related accidents to include fatal motor vehicle accidents. When I speak of increased costs to responding to costs for service, I'm referring to expenses associated with responding to medically related costs and providing treatment. And with that comes an additional cost providing training for my officers in how to respond to those costs for service. Providing access to mental health services, which I'm sure Erica will touch on. Investigating drug driving accidents and specialized training to conduct those types of investigations. Increased crime and costs associated with lengthy and complex criminal investigations to include overtime, and increased possibility of officer exposure to secondhand smoke and or the actual THC itself, increasing workers' comp claims and reporting it to, because we're mandatory reporting for drug testing since we're now mandated for drug testing as well. Another concern that I have and its effects in policing is the harm of marijuana causes to the brain. Cannabis, as we know, may increase the risk of developing schizophrenia, depression, and other psychiatric disorders that social services and the police department have to respond to. We will need to increase social services and police department staffing to address these calls for assistance, especially involving EDPs. When I say EDPs, that's emotionally disturbed persons. Additional training such as CIT, crisis intervention training, and things like that, we're going to have to budget for to deal with these in our town. Increased interaction with EDPs will place officers in increased situations for use of force, resulting in more complaints and higher liability to the town. Because when we interact with individuals who are on some type of mind-altering substance, now when we try to commit them to a hospital for treatment, sometimes they're not willing to go peacefully. It's not going to be the fire department that talks them into an ambulance. The ambulance is going to wait until we get there, and we're the ones eventually are going to have to go hands-on. And that's even just basic hand controls to escort that person to an ambulance. As I touched upon earlier, the consumption of marijuana leads to more marijuana-related emergencies that emergency personnel have to respond to. After retail marijuana stores opened in Colorado, emergency room visits due to marijuana shot up nearly 30%, and hospitalizations related to marijuana rose 200%. And that's due to breathing problems related to inhalation of marijuana. That's due to psychiatric needs, and that's due to accidental or intentional overdoses. And as we just saw this week, accidental overdoses, 5 young children in New Haven accidentally took candy that had THC and ended up in hospital. Because when you think about it, individuals are used to the idea that a candy bar is one portion per se, but when you have a candy bar that is infused with THC, that can have 4 or more times the recommended dose of THC depending on the state regulations. People end up in the ER with anxiety attacks, psychotic-like symptoms from eating sweets infused with THC that they were expecting, or in some cases, like we know, not expecting at all because they think there's regular gummy bears off the shelf, not realizing they're infused with THC. And after legalization, poison control cases related to marijuana for kids ages 9 and under increased more than 5-fold in Colorado. So you can see the theme of where I'm going with this. But the biggest thing for me in my department, outside of that, because that's big enough as it is, when we start talking about the last topic is here is increase in traffic accidents, deaths, training required, and increased cost for service associated with marijuana use. Marijuana-related traffic deaths rose 62% following the legalization of marijuana in Colorado. AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety reported that fatal crashes involving marijuana doubled after legalization in Washington. Highway Loss Data Institute found an increased crash risk in legal marijuana states. It said collisions claims in Colorado, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington increased 6% compared to states without legal marijuana. And a meta-study by the National Academics of Science, Engineering, and Medicine concluded that cannabis use before driving increases the risk of being involved in a motor vehicle accident. Now when we're dealing with this, there are far too few resources and training available to local law enforcement agencies to deal with this cannabis-related issues. Excuse me. And one thing about investigating cannabis-related accidents, it's difficult to detect. Obviously, you could smell it, but detecting it in the bloodstream is totally different. And that's what's needed for successful prosecution. And this is where it becomes costly. We're not talking about somebody driving under the influence of alcohol. We're talking about somebody driving under the influence of drugs. And with that, now I have to train my officers to become DREs, or what's known as drug recognition experts. These are individuals who have completed all phases of the drug evaluation and classification program training for certification established by IACP and NHTSA. A DRE is skilled in detecting and identifying persons under the influence of drugs and identifying the categories of drugs causing the impairment. And this is an 80-hour training course that they must take. In order to get in that training course, they have to pass a preparatory course which costs about $225. Once they're past that and they get accepted, they're accepted to school, which is going to cost approximately $1,500. And that's not including the recertification. So you're talking close to $2,000, and most of these courses are in state. So now you're talking about housing and meal expenses for a 2-week period to train how many officers that we're going to need to do this. Because ideally, we would like to have an officer on duty at all times during the peak hours, evenings and midnights. So is that 4 officers we're going to train, 6 that we're going to send away when this is open? And the other issue with the DREs is getting them here in a timely manner. It's not as simple as taking an officer who's involved in investigating a alcohol-related incident. This is a drug-related incident. Calling them in, the time for them to get to the police department, to get to the scene, to administer the 12-step exam, and to determine if they're driving under drugs, that's 4 hours. That's 4 hours I have an officer off the road not responding for calls for service, compared to 2 hours when there's an officer dealing with a DWI. Now that 4 hours is 1 officer. But when we bring a prisoner into the facility, it's an officer safety issue to leave 1 officer alone when somebody who's impaired with drugs. That means I have to pull 2 officers now off the road. That's 2 officers from my patrol not answering calls for service in town, which now increases the time that it takes for my officers to respond to calls. Which means to make up for that time, I'm going to have to do a staffing study to see if we have to hire more officers to bring the time down so that we satisfy the needs of our community when responding for calls for service. And the last thing I really want to touch on is the quality of life issue. We're going to be increased calls for service involving marijuana-related nuisance complaints, adults, minors, smoking in public, the smell of marijuana smoke in apartment buildings, commercial spaces, parking facilities, public parks, increased costs for welfare checks, foul odor, in the areas where children and teens and adults can smell it. And the other issue that, as I'm talking, I think of, is when and if this dispensary does open up, and I said traffic pedestrian control. I was reading an article in the Boston Globe where Northampton, New England Treatment Access has paid law enforcement officers $1.1 million in additional salary to our traffic details to control the traffic in town around the facilities. I don't know if the town's going to recoup that, but when the Silent State Highway is backed up and individuals trying to access this facility, we're going to be paying our officers overtime to man a post with the vehicles, so that's wear and tear on our vehicles. That's additional man hours paid at time and a half, and who's going to incur that cost? Is that being thought of? So I guess I will leave you with that. I will conclude by just asking the question once again, do the benefits outweigh the cost? And I say it does not, just based on what I spoke about. I know I spoke fast here, I'm sorry I spoke a little fast, but if you have any questions. I know that, Councilman Forrest he wants me to keep it quick, so.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions or comments for Chief Medina and that very thorough review from his perspective? Councilman Forrest.
First of all, I want to thank you for providing us with the facts and understanding, and I'm sure that the legislature had it at that time too. My initial sort of reaction is, while I understand all this, it seems like the die is sort of cast, at least in the entire state. So, of course, the response is, you put one on the Town Line Road in Rocky Hill, right? Your cops are still going to have the same issues. The people in Weathersfield they're still going to buy marijuana. They're still going to be smoking it in the parks. And just because the dispensary or the distributor is maybe in Weathersfield, that doesn't mean it's not going to be in Rocky Hill or Newington or Hartford or all those places. And if we do what you're telling us is accurate, and I have no reason to believe it's not, and we are going to have to get the resources together to handle the situation and the ordinances and so forth to be able to combat this, and the training for the officers and probably the tech in order to detect driving while high, I guess we call it now. I'm sure there's a more technical term, but we all know what we're talking about, then it might seem that we should be able to derive the revenue in order to do these things, because we're going to be handling these in Wethersfield anyways. It's not like we get to shut our borders and you buy some gummies in Hartford, they're not going to drive down the Solicitation Highway, or on I-91, they're not going to be distributed, or there's, you can just order marijuana now and it's just delivered to your door. We know, and in fact, I think we just heard from planning and zoning that that's something we can't ban. So that's all going to happen in Wethersfield. We're going to have to do all these things. So how does that, if we were saying we're not going to allow it, like a prohibition almost, across the state, there could be, I could understand where you're coming from. But if it's going to happen in Wethersfield, from actually the technical aspect of what we have to decide is whether or not to have the dispensary here, or even a growth facility, or even a place that's not a dispensary, right? It could just be a distributor, or warehouser, or whatever. If we still have to do all these things, how does that make a difference about whether or not some of those other part of the industry we can derive a tax and tackle the things that are still going to happen in Wethersfield happen?
Councilman, I think the question I would ask you is, I'm not talking about the dispensary itself. I'm talking about the vehicular and pedestrian traffic that's going to be pouring into the town and backing up and clogging our roadways, and dealing with that issue, because that's where the issue is going to come. They can drive to Rocky Hill and get it, like you said, and bring it back, or Newington, or when you have it here and they're lined up. And I was speaking to another police chief who has a friend in Massachusetts. When they first opened up in Massachusetts, one dispensary was seeing 8,000 customers a day. And that just clogged the main roadway of the town. Now they're seeing 1,000 a day, and that's still a lot. And that's not including, like I said, the calls for service that are going to be happening when these individuals are trying to go and obtain their marijuana or their gummies or whatever they will. We're going to be dealing with issues in parking lots, fights. So I'm not talking about the dispensary itself. I'm talking about dealing with the security of the town and around the dispensary when they're selling these products over the counter.
And you think that that's going to be, don't you think that would happen whether or not the dispensary is on the Solicitation Highway in Wethersfield, the Solicitation Highway in Rocky Hill? Won't all those things still occur? Or will they not?
They're going to occur, but do you want to incur the expense of dealing with the large amount of vehicular and pedestrian traffic coming into town and clogging our main arteries? Because when I have to shut the Solicitation Highway down to one lane, and now it becomes an issue for traffic to go up and down Solicitation, because we're essentially shutting down one lane and backing up traffic down Solicitation, which is going to cause a traffic issue. Causes going to rise in accidents, again, either they're high or not, just following too close for conditions, and a lot of rear-end accidents, and a lot of people who are aggravated because they're sitting in their car for 3 to 4 hours because they've been waiting in line. And then my officers are tied up there, and we're not responding for calls for service in town for other issues that we can have.
So it sounds like the chief concern is a traffic concern. Is that accurate?
And it's going to be the traffic, pedestrian accidents, dealing with it, the training, and how you're going to fund that. That's going to be a cost that either you're going to hire more officers to combat the delay in services, or who's going to pay the overtime to man those positions.
Thanks. I appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Councilwoman Pelletier.
I just wanted to respond to something Councilor Forrest said. In reading the materials, I think the state acknowledges there's going to be this extra cost of traffic control and whatnot, which allows towns only for the first 30 days to charge the facility for the costs of, the public safety costs, but like traffic control and whatever, all the extra costs that inevitably will come with a facility like this opening in town that Chief Medina, adequately described. But the state specifically bans municipalities from charging after those first 30 days. And in Massachusetts, it's standard that towns can recoup the costs of the extra, public safety costs that come along with these. And I know I just wanted to make this point, and I just, reading what the state passed, I was actually kind of shocked at how ridiculous some of the provisions of the legislation were, because they specifically ban the host community agreements that would allow for reimbursement. For some reason, they say it would be, inequitable. I don't know how, what the rationale is for that. But there is going to be this extra cost, and I think we do need to figure out, and I know you'd ask this, Matt, like how much revenue would such a place bring in, because it's got to be worth it, because we will have all these extra costs. And yes, some of them are going to be there regardless, like you said, like as far as, people overdosing, children ingesting, THC-laced candy. These costs will be there because people will still be able to get it in other areas, but there is the additional cost of having the facility in town with, I think, we'll need more police presence. And as we know, overtime is very costly for the police department, and hiring new officers is very costly. So we have to be realistic about both the revenue that would come in and about the additional costs that will be required of us. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Pentelow.
Thanks, Chief, for coming in. If I understand you correctly, I feel like some of your concerns come from, a dispensary when it would, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems like your biggest fear is increased consumption, especially among younger kids. Is that fair to say?
I have quite a few concerns. One is that consumption amongst the youth in town. That's a huge problem. It's going to be a huge problem going forward. Like you said, you could get in Rocky Hill, you get in Millington. You want to make it really available here in our own town to our own community?
Well, it's sort of, because I think we're all kind of, all of us sort of have the same concerns of a dispensary. My sort of, thought process is, okay, well, if it's not a dispensary, it's like, would you still have those same concerns if it was, for example, a cultivation facility where they're growing it and it's not retail, so it's not available to the immediate public. What I don't want to miss out on the tax revenue. I totally understand your point as far as the costs outweighing the benefits. And I understand that in the retail space, but would some of your concerns be alleviated if it was, for example, a cultivation facility where it's not, the public doesn't have access to it in a retail form?
If it was strictly cultivation, my concerns would be lessened. Because they would have to provide their own security and enhanced security, and there'd be inspections from the state. But now when it does no longer just for cultivation, it's for retail, and we're actually inviting the community to partake. It's going to have that additional cost. And to be quite frank, we're coming off the heels of a report that now we're going to be dealing with increased traffic on South Steen. So how would you like my officers to address that when we're dealing with more motor vehicle stops, dealing with individuals?
I totally get that, and that's all something I want to consider when you're talking about a dispensary. I just don't want to pigeonhole ourselves in thinking that that's the only way that you could potentially capitalize on some of this tax revenue. There are other areas of the cannabis business outside of just retail that we could potentially zone for. And I'm not a zoning expert. That's why Denise is on here. Denise, maybe this is a question for you. Is there a way that we could sort of work with planning and zoning where we could allow marijuana facilities while at the same time prohibiting something like a dispensary?
Yes, you could definitely regulate it that way.
Okay.
No, again, I'm just speaking for myself here, but that sort of seems like a, call it a win-win. Especially if we do have this, if we had the ability to collect capitalize on the excise tax as well as the sales tax, while at the same time not burdening public safety, I think that would sort of be the way to go. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments for the chief? Thank you, Chief. Councilman Pentelow brought up a good point, and thank you, Denise. There are different licenses that are out there, it's not all just dispensary or, retail sale. So, this is something, we'll definitely have to be considering in the coming months. And thank you, Bonnie, for looking into the tax revenue. What more options are there for the municipality in revenue from the sale of marijuana? Are there increased tax revenue from dispensaries? I mean, we got to see what category of the legalization, retail sale and all the, some subcategories of that. What do they provide for fiscal benefit for the municipality? Chief, thank you for your perspective on, from the public safety aspect. I do recall reading somewhere shortly after it was passed that it's not illegal to possess marijuana in a vehicle, and what recourse does an officer have if they pull somebody over who's either actively been smoking or they can smell marijuana emanating from the vehicle?
Well, once we detect the odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle, then starts the questioning of the operator. Have you been smoking? When have you smoked last? Looking at the eyes, the pupils, the mannerisms, things of that nature to determine if they are driving under the influence or driving high, I guess. But again, that's specialized training compared to the regular NHTSA standard for DWI based on alcohol. The 3 standards, the horizontal gaze nystagmus, the walk and turn one right, compared to driving while high. That's a different set of standards where you're looking at eyes, pupils, taking blood pressures. That's 12 steps. And even at the very end of that, it's getting a sample, i.e. a urine sample or drawing blood and doing a search warrant and having a phlebotomist draw blood from someone, which you have to tie them down to do that because no one's going to allow you to draw their blood. So there's a whole host of things when it comes to the DWI, driving while high issue, that I'm concerned about. And like I said, it comes back to training and how well my officers are going to be trained to detect that. Because that's the question. Why didn't we know? Why didn't we find out? Why didn't we pick it up? And I want to get ahead of that before that becomes an issue.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm sorry, Councilman Hill, if you had your hand up earlier, you were just on a second screen.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's okay. My question had been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I appreciate you being here tonight. I will have to tell you, when the law first got passed that was legalizing marijuana, I thought, geez, you know what? Instead of sitting on the sidelines, wouldn't it be great if Weathersfield could take advantage of this and look at this as a cash cow and generate great tax revenue? And so, I had these thoughts about, geez, you could put one on the border of Hartford and Rocky Hill and Millington and get people from all surrounding towns to take advantage of it and contribute to the tax base. What I didn't think about, and this is what I'm very thankful for you coming in and speaking about, was the impact on the policing. And having heard what you've said, is I have a very different take on this now. And, you know, I do appreciate what Councilor Pentelow said about looking at whether the cultivation piece is something we can do, and the ability to have the state have to take care of the maintenance and the security and all of that being private, you know, to me seems like, wow, well, maybe there's an area there that alleviates some of your concerns. But I do want to just say I thank you for coming in and sharing that, because it wasn't something that I, one, knew about or had thought about, and was honestly looking at it from, wow, what a great opportunity to generate revenue from a tax perspective for the town. But, you know, your insight to that was very helpful, because maybe it really isn't. In fact, maybe it's going to be a cost. And then the other side is, even Councilor Forrest brought up the point about, well, you know, they can go into Newington and we're still going to get their marijuana, we're going to still have those issues. You know, I have to be honest with you, if I'm a parent at the middle school and my kid ingests a bunch of gummies and ends up going to the hospital because they were laced with THC, I'm going to be pretty pissed off at a Weathersfield dispensary for someone being able to go in there right down the road and purchase something. And, you know, just from a community perspective, I think maybe that sends a message is, you know what, we can't control what goes on legally, but we can't control what goes on in our backyard. And you can make a statement by saying, you know, I'm not taking a statement on pro or anti, but I'm just saying, you know what, I just don't necessarily know if I want it in my town. And so I just wanted to thank you for that, because that gave a lot of insight to something I hadn't thought. So
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. And anybody else? Before we move it over to Erica. Hearing none. Erica?
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council members, and Town Manager. Honestly, everything has pretty much been echoed already with what the Chief said, and many of the members here in Town Council. I just wanted to make a point that, looking at it from social services and youth services, the perception of having a dispensary in town to especially the youth is going to be huge, as well as advertisements in our community. We know how advertisements can sway and, definitely show youth whether they feel that something is approved or not approved, if they should be doing something or not doing something. So I just want to keep that in mind with the possibility of having some type of dispensary here in town. Edibles have been in the news and continue to be in the news, the potency there, as well as just the misconception with it is really something we need to keep an eye on. And I'm truly speaking, with a lot of this, I'm truly speaking with just the legalization of marijuana in the state. We have to keep a focus on, with this coming through, we have to spend the time and the funds on prevention, education, and treatment options, because we're going to need that in the near future if we don't already. So just to keep that in mind, just from social services, the increase in addiction services. I know that youth service bureaus are going to be getting referrals for youth that have possession of marijuana products. And then just to talk about the vaping, because vaping has increased tremendously over the last couple of years.
I think we lost Erica.
May have lost Erica. Okay, we can bring her back in.
I don't see her yet, but I'll keep looking.
Hey, Mayor, while we have this 2 seconds, I just had a quick follow-up, if it's all right. Very quick.
Sure.
On Pat's thoughts, the 3% seems to be attached to sales. And if we have other aspects of the industry, would we still derive the tax revenue if it's not sales? And maybe we don't have the answer right now, and that's okay, but if we could find that out, I think Pat brought up some very interesting thoughts, but I'm not sure we derive the distribution revenue if it's not considered a sale or if it's attached merely to retail sales.
We'll take a look at it.
Thanks, appreciate that. Thoughtful points, Mr. Pentelow.
I just have a quick thing I wanted to say while we wait for Erica to come back. I think regardless of what we do here, we should enact an ordinance that bans the use of cannabis on town property, which is permitted in the statute, up to $50. I think that would be, because, people don't want to go bring your kids to the park and have people smoking, and it would be permissible, I think, unless we take the steps to enact an ordinance that would prohibit it. So that's something we should think about sometime, going forward. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yes, a lot of municipalities are considering banning it in town parks and through their parks and recreation departments, designating those areas that it would be banned. I'm just thinking Cove Park, Millwoods, in ball fields. There is a requirement, though, and I don't think we meet it. And I forget what the population is, that there has to be a designated area. I don't believe Weathersfield falls into that criteria. I did have a question, though, because it did say one establishment per 25,000 residents. I don't know what we are at with the 2020 census numbers, but we've always been around 26,000 people. Would that 25,000 cap be exceeded with our population over 25,000, and would we be eligible to have two dispensaries or retail outlets in town? Denise, do you know that?
Yes, if the population threshold goes over 25,000, it would allow for the two establishments.
And it's based on census numbers?
I'm not sure, but I could definitely find out where the source for that is.
Okay. I'm just looking myself right now.
Erica's coming in. There she is. Erica, you there?
Yes, my apologies for that. I didn't realize my laptop got unplugged, so it died. And I won't keep you much longer, and again, I apologize for the inconvenience of that disruption. But I just wanted to really just hone in on what this might do in terms of messaging to our youth, and implications of, the health and safety of members in our community, with a dispensary being so close in our community.
Thank you, Erica. Any questions for Erica's comments tonight? She repeated much of what the chief had said, but more from a youth perspective and the message it sends. Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Erica. And let's continue on to, now we're done the presentations, and it's 9:45. So, moving on to, I believe, Counsel. We don't have any hearings tonight. General comments. So if there's anybody in our waiting room or on the Zoom for the public hearing?
There's one phone number, 860-690-4576. If you wish to speak, please hit *6.
That's me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Kevin Sullivan, 79 Wright Road. I'm also a member of Bike Walk Wethersfield. I'd like to comment on the Putnam Bridge Trail and the Wilkett Hill reconstruction. The Putnam Bridge Trail, I'd like to echo the comments of Councilor Russer from earlier. I believe there would be strong economic development from opening of the construction and opening of the trail, along with quality of life. Bike Walk Wethersfield is very supportive of the authorization for the maintenance agreement so the trail can happen. One of the hottest days this past year, I think it was early in June, we assembled 40 riders at the Putnam Bridge and took a picture and sent it to DOT in support of the bridge trail. I'm glad that questions about costs are being asked. I think that's an important consideration. And I think, and I would hope that you would agree that it will be small in comparison to the benefits. As an advocate of trails and safer streets, I can tell you that I am familiar with DOT having these agreements with towns and other projects. So I think I agree. It seems odd in some ways for the towns to have to be asked to maintain state property. DOT is being consistent with that arrangement. So I think it's just part of the project. So I hope you'll consider authorizing that when you vote later. And I also wanted to say briefly on the Wilkett Hill reconstruction, I've seen the evolution of the design of that project, and I think Derek has done a great job with it, and including the designs for safety for the users of the road, and I mean bicyclists and pedestrians and drivers. So it'll be a much safer road when that's completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Mayor, we do not have anyone else unless Mr. Adel wishes to say something. No, that's it then.
No, thanks, Bonnie.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it.
Okay. Any council reports tonight? Keeping it short and sweet. Councilman.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I have a report from the Youth Advisory Board meeting. So I wanted to bring up, if you all recall, last year Wethersfield was awarded the Drug-Free Community Struggle Grant. And as part of that grant, a coalition had to be formed, which the Youth Advisory Board is, already in place, and that's the coalition, which is called the We Hope Coalition, and that stands for Wethersfield Helping Others Through Prevention and Education. And so that's getting off the ground. The vision is for Wethersfield to be a safe, healthy, and thriving environment where we work together to raise awareness and educate community members on making positive choices and healthy living. And the mission is to engage and empower youth, parents, and community partners to reduce underage alcohol and substance abuse and create a safe, open, and healthy environment. I'm just thinking about the mission and the vision in light of our conversation we just had about the cannabis and what Erica said about the message it would send for our community. If we were to have retail sales, it's sort of conflicting messages. But anyways, I wanted to share the logo for the We Hope Coalition, so you might start seeing that around town. And I also wanted to mention that the Youth Advisory Board has a college scholarship that the applications will be coming out in a few weeks for a high school senior, and it's $1,000 scholarship for those who completed at least 80 hours of community service. And the deadline will be, for submission will be in March 11th, but and it's for any Weathersfield resident who's a high school senior. So those applications, I think, will be going out to the guidance counselors in a few weeks. So if anyone out there with a senior in high school, be looking for that. So that's all.
Thank you, Mary. Anybody else? Real quick on CIAC, Capital Improvements is meeting their first meeting on Wednesday. I don't have anything to report just yet. Derek and the department heads will be presenting their priorities for capital improvements for this year. So this is the first step in looking at those projects and the funds that would need to be allocated for those. I can say it's my hope that we start to prioritize those that can be done this year so that we can start crossing some of those off our list. We also, as we discussed at the last meeting, have ARPA funding coming in to the town, so we need to be able to delineate between the projects that could be funded through ARPA and those that could be funded through the town budget through allocations from the CIAC. So more to come on that, but the first meeting is Wednesday. I believe they have 3 or 4 other meetings scheduled prior to the town manager presenting the budget later on this spring. So that's it for council reports, council comments. Everybody wants to move right into the agenda, and we will go. Bonnie, do you have anything to report?
Just really quickly for the public's sake, we still have a lot of questions about kits, test kits, but the federal government did open their site today. We have it on our website. If you're looking for how to get them through the federal government, that opened up today, and you can, very easy, it takes 2 seconds to fill it out, and you can get them through the mail. And I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I said it at the last meeting, the town did hand out nearly 3,000 plus test kits to residents, and town staff did man those along with some volunteers. And then I haven't talked to Mike Emmett lately or the Board of Ed, but I believe test kits did go to the schools for both students, teachers, and administrators as well. So starting to get those out. And finally, Sue, any town clerk communications?
No, I don't have anything.
Good, thank you. We'll move on to ordinance resolutions and appointments for action. I believe there was one walk-in that Bonnie or Sue had shared with us earlier today. Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Make a motion to appoint Lou Michaels of 303 Garden Street to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee to fill a vacancy. The term is 1/18/22 to 6/30/22.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Ayes have it. Motion's adopted. Just lost my place. And elections going on. I don't believe there's any resignations or other appointments mistaken. Okay, we do have some unfinished business. This is from the work group that had met to discuss rules and procedures for the town council. We discussed it the first meeting of January, and I know Tom, Deputy Mayor, had been working on some language that he had brought in with our legal counsel, Ken Slater, and worked with our town manager, and I know Councilman Lesser had been involved. Mr. Deputy Mayor, do you have a short, brief synopsis of some of the changes that you had incorporated after hearing some of the concerns at the last meeting?
Yeah, so everything focused on paragraph G. We took some of the comments that were brought up to try and clarify paragraph G. We changed the wording from listen to participate in council meetings by electronic means. And we added some clarifying text with the suggestion of Attorney Slater to also speak to the fact that you can attend remotely. It's not encouraged. You still want to have, the main point is to attend the meetings. But in emergencies, situations, or someone's ill, they would be allowed to participate remotely. They will not, however, count towards a quorum. So the quorum will be determined by the physical attendance at the physical meeting, or if it's a virtual, then of course everybody's virtual. The only point that I felt was important to bring out was that the public has to be able to hear the person that's working from home, and the person working from home has to be able to hear all the participants in the public and also view any material that is presented in the physical meeting. So if they're unable to see the presentation or whatever is being presented, then they should be disqualified from voting on that item, or the item could be tabled and they could vote at the next meeting once they've had the time to review the materials. No, that was it.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Any questions for Tom on this rules change? I know we had talked about ensuring that the public speaks both in the beginning and at the end. That was clarifying language that needed to be taken care of. So it's not that they just simply speak at one time. They're limited to 5 minutes in the beginning and 5 minutes at the end. We also talked about the change in format. Similar to the agenda that's here tonight, presentations in the beginning, and obviously we can then vote on matters that are being discussed, and it would be that we would have a workshop meeting at one council meeting and then a full council meeting at the next. All of them would be council meetings, with a lot of what would be done at a workshop being taken care of in the presentations segment. Any questions or comments on this as we move forward? Councilman Forrest. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll call on Councilman Forrest.
Could you just clarify for me is it as it stands, if this passes, that if you're not present, it doesn't count as a quorum? I know that's the way it was, but I didn't know if it got adjusted back.
So if you're not in attendance at the physical meeting, your attendance doesn't count towards a quorum.
Okay. And the voting rights of the members, who determines whether or not they are qualified to vote? You said there was some disqualifying, like if they couldn't see particular documents or something like that.
Right.
So the council's going to determine whether or not a counselor knows about a document, sees a document, and whether or not they're qualified to vote? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Just like you would abstain from a vote, Matt, right? Like,
Well, that's my choice to abstain for a vote. That's not somebody else's choice. Right? You're indicating that if I don't have a particular document as a council, I use myself, that you could the council could disqualify me from a vote. Maybe I didn't want to look at it. Maybe I didn't think it mattered. Maybe I had my mind made up before I even got there. And this is true for anybody, by the way, of course. So can the council disqualify a counselor from voting?
Mayor, if I can, I think basically we'd have to know that. I mean, if you're going to go off and publicly say, I decided not to look at the agenda packet tonight, well, then I think council, may do something, but we can't go based on what ifs. I think it's meant that if you didn't receive the packet or that we were screen sharing and for some reason you couldn't see it, then that could be an issue.
Sure. So like if a counselor is able to vote but can't see the screen package and they choose to vote, are you saying that counselor can't vote because they can't see a screenshot even though they're able to vote?
I'm saying they
Or get a package? Is that what the rules are saying?
should not vote. They should take it upon themselves to not vote because they're unable to see all the presentation.
Do the rules require or allow for the council to disqualify that vote?
No, they do not.
So a counselor, as long as they're able to vote, could vote under these rules?
Yes.
Right.
Just saying as if you had a conflict of interest and you chose not to bring it up, you could still vote.
Right.
I don't have a voting police department.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe the rules were allowing for the disqualification of a vote, because you did say disqualification, and that's that has meaning. Like if any one of us were not a member of the town anymore, we moved out of town, we would be disqualified for voting. Like we actually couldn't do it. Is the language disqualification?
I don't know what to say, Matt. You can write 14 paragraphs on this one G if you'd like.
Well, I think it's more than just the packet of material, like some of the presentations that are put forth before the council that would not be in the packet. So I'm just trying to think if there's any that would be presented before the council in the physical confines of like the council chambers that would not be presented to a councilman on either a phone call or virtually. And then there's always the option that that particular vote can be held and then voted on at a subsequent meeting. For which that member has an opportunity to view the materials before voting.
If you could just point out where that language is that in section G?
Yes.
Page 3.
Yeah, I don't see the language disqualification that you used here in G. Is it in a different section?
It's in yellow. The paragraph in yellow.
I'm in section G under, I guess it's DG, D subsection G. In the packet, council packet that we received, or is it a different section? Or is this something that we can't see?
It would be,
I have in the, where it's stricken, no vote shall be allowed to be taken and no comment shall be made via telephone or electronic means. That's stricken out.
yep, and what's in yellow, members may participate.
Yeah, right below that, Matt, it's highlighted in DG, but right below where you were reading.
I don't have that on my, I don't have that. Maybe I can't vote. This is the
No
packet.
further question? No.
I mean, I think it's really concerning that, you know, about the disqualification of a sitting councilor and the ability to exercise the vote, no matter who the councilor is. This isn't about me, obviously. And that's concerning because no matter who's in the majority or the minority, that somebody could be disqualified from voting, even though they're able to vote.
I think the purpose is you don't want, we want to highly discourage people from just going remote, just for their own convenience, right? There's times when someone's traveling for work and they can't be here, or they're sick, or obviously with COVID times, you can imagine, you know, having COVID or one of someone in your household and, oh, I don't want to chance it and go. But it's also become so ubiquitous that you can also see people thinking, why do I got to go in person? It's just easier for me to do it from my couch and just phone it in. As long as you have the materials, you can vote. And I was thinking about some of the presentations we had today, and they were all included in our packet. So even if you couldn't see there was some problem with the equipment, you still had everything in the packet. And even in this, for tonight's meeting, I don't know if there was anything contained in the presentations that was an essential visual material. But I understand what you're saying, Matt, that who's to say that? You can envision a circumstance years from now when there's a lot of animosity maybe between council members and, you know, as a way of trying to gain some advantage, some group trying to disqualify someone. I mean, I understand, like, you're trying to take it to the most extreme example, and you want to make sure it's written in a way to avoid that. But, you know, I think it's, so I totally know where you're coming from, but I think the point is, we want people to come in person to the meetings unless they absolutely can't be there. And then,
You say we want though, Mary, like,
as a council,
either the rules say you do or the rules say you can't. You can't, no council can control an elected official's ability according to the rules.
well, let's just say that every effort should be made by members to be at all meetings in person, and the use of telephones and electronic means should only be used on rare occasions. I mean, it's sort of like almost like a ethical code, like, so you can still use it, it should be done rarely. That could be abused, but it's I think of it as more of an ethical code. And so everyone should do their best to make it to the meetings in person as long as they are able to. And you can vote and you can participate. It's really just if there's some essential material that's presented and your equipment fails, or you don't, and I do think that if it's something that didn't have to be voted on that night, put it, and the member really wanted to vote, and maybe it would be, you know, it mattered, then, you know, I think that everyone would be fine with waiting till they were present if it was something that could be delayed. But I think, you know, I mean, I think the way it's written, I think it's fine. It encourages in-person meetings. And I do think if there is going to be less than 5 members in person, it could be technically considered a virtual meeting that might have to be like noticed and advertised as such. So I think we also have to think about if it becomes more common for this hybrid kind of thing, that for a quorum, you have to have 5 people in person. And if there's less than 5 people in person, is it considered a remote meeting? And you have to, notice they give the public an opportunity to, call in. So it just seems like the language just encourages in-person meeting. It is supposed to make it hard for that individual to discourage them from maybe being in person. That's the way I read it. I don't know, I'm comfortable with it, but I do know where you're coming from.
Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize to everyone for the technical difficulties in getting kicked off. I was wondering if it would be acceptable to the group, and particularly Councilor Forrest, but the entire group, if we struck the second sentence that's highlighted about the disqualification, just struck that out. Where we're allowing, I think the intent was to allow for some flexibility in certain circumstances like the pandemic or other extraordinary circumstances an individual might have in terms of health, but also strongly encourage that council members should be in person to participate, but allow for remote participation. But if we struck the second part of that, could we all be more comfortable? The sentence that starts with if.
The reason I suggested putting it in was because Councilor Forrest wanted it very clear. He made that clear at the last meeting. He didn't want it ambiguous. Attorney Slater didn't use the word shall. He said might. It might be a reason to disqualify the person from voting. That's why I put it in there. If you want to take it out, that's fine, but that's making it more vague than it is. And that was what maybe I misunderstood Matt, but that's what I thought. He wanted it very clear, so I added that in.
Can we add in there, shall be disqualified from voting unless unless something to the extent that all efforts are made to those members without, like visual aid. I mean, it seems like everybody's on Zoom when we do these, but to Mary's point, if somebody's phoning it in strictly to be present by phone, then how do we know that they are getting a full representation of what is being presented to the council?
Mike, if I could chime in.
Yep.
So I'm reading from Attorney Slater's response, okay? And he says, if they participate by phone only and essential material is presented visually at the physical meeting, such as a photograph, that might disqualify the person from voting unless the matter is continued to the next hearing and the member has an opportunity to view those materials before the vote. And that was my attempt of putting his recommendation into the text. I changed the word from might to shall.
I can even envision us under that description. I just pictured if someone is on the phone as opposed to a Zoom, you can see someone, taking a photo of the material, someone in person, taking a photo and texting it or, emailing it to the person on the phone, and then they would be able to view it and vote. I mean, I think we have the technology that can, get around this. If that person wants to vote and there's some issue where they are on a telephone or something and they're not able to view the materials, they could snap a photo, they look at it, they vote.
Essential material is presented visually at the physical meeting, which is not available to the member attending remotely. In that case, they would be able to visualize anything. I mean, I can't think of a scenario where a member would not be able to visualize the materials, except for if they are on the phone, and we're trying to discourage that as a way of not attending meetings.
There was a meeting maybe 2 or 3 meetings ago, where we wanted to view a letter that Bonnie had, but it wasn't in council chambers. She left the meeting, got the letter, made copies of it, and distributed it. So if that person was remotely, he or she would not have seen that letter unless we took a picture of it or scanned it and emailed it to him or whatever. But if those methods weren't available, then should the person vote? I think not.
Can we put in there, unless all methods are made to present the material to those virtually attending the meeting?
I think just generally speaking, and I'm not against the electronic, by the way, this is, of course, our world. But the council's trying to, and these rules are trying to dictate what councilors think, do, see, hear, take into consideration, not take into consideration. That's not the council's purview. This is about voting rights. Do we want to allow for the voting right? Do we not want to allow for the voting right? How does it happen? And I wouldn't presume to tell any one of you, like, oh, you should take a look at this picture, or because you didn't see the picture that all of a sudden you can't have a thoughtful vote on a particular topic. That would be pretty arrogant of me to think. So I think that's some of the issue going on here. And if you open it up to electronic voting, as long as we have a set of rules which each counselor can abide upon to actually physically, or not maybe physically, but actually have the vote happen. That's, I think, that was the guidance that I was talking about, not what we think or see or hear or the ability. Can the vote be taken? Can it be taken electronically? Can a counselor participate or not? And there's a couple concepts that come up, like, can a counselor phone in with another phone? And maybe that's fine, as long as they're audible and legible and hearable, then great, and then they can vote. So could I call up Tom Mazzarella and say, hey, can you please put me on speaker? I'd like to vote on this thing, or I'd like to hear the conversation. Does the counselor, if they want to do a virtual thing like this, even though it's not a virtual meeting, do they have to give the town manager a heads up before it happens, or can you do it 2 minutes before and say, I'd like to now participate virtually? These are sort of the logistics of just, I think, this kind of concept, and perhaps we're just not there with this particular version yet. Those are the types of things I was talking about. But then this other language apparently was added, and it was an effort made, but now we start infringing on voting rights of the counselors, which...
Well, If I'm reading the D sub G, what is stricken out, not in red, is existing language, if I'm not mistaken. A meeting quorum can only be determined by the members that are physically present in the meeting room. No votes shall be allowed to be taken and no comments shall be made via a telephone. So that was existing language, that is existing language in our rules. Am I not mistaken?
That is correct.
So, in essence, we were doing exactly what Councilman Forrest is saying this new section opens us up to. So we were already, and currently are, not allowing members to vote if they are not physically present in a meeting. And this is simply saying that if you are not physically present in a meeting and not able to view materials, then you should not be able to vote. And if we can add in there some language where, unless all steps are taken to provide such member with material, Councilman Forrest, you see where I'm going to try and bridge that gap between providing materials for those that are not present and wishing to vote?
I think I see where you're going, but I think it's a very dangerous slope because now you're dictating whether or not a counselor can vote based on what they can see or not see, whether or not they're physically or able to actually cast a vote for a particular topic. You're sort of telling them that they can or can't see something. Or if they can't see something, then they're disqualified. And I couldn't imagine telling any one of you that, oh, well, you didn't see this, so, you're not good enough to vote because you didn't take a look at all the stuff yet. That's a tough rule. But I'm fine with even telephonic voting. I think people vote all the time. I think it's a new year. You could still do telephonic voting. I understand that's the current rule because the current rule is that we have to be there actually in person, which obviously is not the case these days. So technically we've been breaking that rule for the last 2 years since COVID without the changes. But I suppose you could say that the state statute overrides our particular council rule and then therefore it's allowed. There could be an argument there. But I don't think this is more complicated than setting up a set of ground rules in order for somebody to call in, be provided a number, and that a counselor can vote, whether it's in a Zoom or telephonically, as long as they're audible and can be heard, something like that.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I certainly don't want, and this is like, it goes to exactly what Mary was talking about. Maybe we all don't get along, or it's a really technical vote, and there's a group of counselors that really are against, I don't know, even the marijuana thing, and there's a group of counselors that really want it, and now all of a sudden there's going to be a move for the chair for disqualification of a vote because they didn't see the map, wasn't provided, but they're calling in. And I was even with Mary on the, they didn't see the map about where the dispensary was going to go. I'm just thinking about something that's might be like a hot item, right? And now you're going to do a motion for disqualification based on this rule, and now the council has to vote, but that person is ready and willing to vote. It's awkward, and probably not fair to whoever counselor that motion was put against, even though it may follow the rules.
Mayor, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
You want to entertain a motion, Mike, to table this to the next meeting? It's 10:30 and we're halfway through the agenda.
Town manager?
Yeah, I was just going to say, why don't you just go back to the language you had originally? I'm not sure, because there's so many what-ifs here, that you're ever going to answer everything. So if you just go back to town council members shall be able to listen to council meetings by electronic means or telephone. However, every effort should be made by members to be at all meetings in person, and the use of telephones and electronic means shall only be used on rare occasions. A meeting quorum can only be determined by the members that are physically present in the meeting room, and leave it like that. You'll never, ever going to be able to answer every what-if of this whole thing. It's impossible. You know, I've been doing this a long time. It's very obvious when you know council members have read a packet or when they haven't read a packet, just by the questions they ask. And so you're never going to win here. So just go back to the other language and leave it alone.
And strike out unless there is an electronic method used for all members at council meeting.
Well, I mean, you could still put that in, because that has to constitute like what we're doing right now, because we have to do it this way.
Yep.
But, you know, that's just, I don't know, you're just never going to answer all these questions.
No votes shall be allowed to be taken and no comments shall be made via telephone. Strike that. So the new language would be what's existing in add and electronic means, and then where it's stricken, a meeting quorum can only be determined by the members that are physically present in the meeting room unless there is an electronic method used for all members at a council meeting.
Right, yep.
Strike, no votes shall be allowed to be taken and no comment shall be made via a telephone or electronic means. Strike that, and then strike what is in yellow.
That's
And
correct.
you're going to allow voting?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You're going to allow voting?
Unless there is an electronic method used for all members at a council meeting. Unless there is an electronic method used for, I mean, that would include those that would join in via Zoom. Then you have, so Tom, you don't want voting by those that are not physically.
Well, that's the way it was. You said you would make it go back to the way it was. The way it was you could listen, but you couldn't vote. Is that what they're saying to do?
Well, I mean, that's what, if you continue where the existing language is, after council meeting, no votes shall be allowed to be taken and no comments shall be made via telephone or electronic means. I would strike that.
So that you're not putting it back to the way it was. You're changing it. The original text read, no votes shall be allowed to be taken, and no comments shall be made by telephone. You're going to put that back in? They're only allowed to listen and not act.
Well,
That's what it is currently.
right. And that's what my point was, because then what's the change between that and your new existing, or new language in yellow? I don't see much of a difference.
I guess I read it wrong. I thought the intent was to allow a person to participate remotely. You go back to the way it was, they were not allowed. A couple meetings ago, when Matt called in, that was against the rules. He wasn't allowed to do that. He was allowed to listen, not speak. Thought we were trying to change it so that a person could participate.
Yes. Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, and I think Tom made this suggestion. May I suggest that we table this, given that we've talked a lot about it tonight, and we're not able to conclude it tonight, and we have a lot of other agenda items, and given the time, and maybe even have the next meeting, the next time we discuss it, have Attorney Slater available for counselors to ask questions about the implications of certain policy changes or language changes. So suggesting we table it and suggesting maybe we have Attorney Slater available.
Point well taken. Motion to table item B2A.
So moved until the next council meeting.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We will continue to work on that. And might I suggest Councilman Forrest and Deputy Mayor Mazzarella share some notes to see if we can find some common ground on allowing access for those that are participating virtually by Zoom or electronic means that present themselves with a visual presentation of what's being discussed rather than not being able to see materials. And then item B3A, bond counsel. This, I don't know if Mike O'Neill is on with us tonight or not.
Yes, he is.
Okay, this, thanks, Mike. This came to our attention a little over a year ago when somebody had mentioned that Day Pitney was no longer a firm with a practice of bond counsel, and that our current bond counsel had moved over to a new firm. And if at any point we needed bond counsel direction, that we would have to go to another firm. I didn't know if we needed to change our bond counsel or if that is transferred from one firm to another firm by the individual who is our bond counsel. So Mike O'Neill had gone through and presented an RFP that was bid on by 4 firms, 3 in the Hartford area and 1 in Boston. They came in and presented their services to Deputy Mayor, myself, and Councilman Forrest last week. And I think it's, I can be happy to talk about all 4 of them, but given the late hour, we decided that of the 4, the firm of Updike Kelly was most suitable to our needs, both with counsel that represents similar sized towns. They include, Summers, if I'm not mistaken, Newington, our neighbor, who, we compare a lot of things to, and who just had a similar referendum on work that was done on their town facilities, similar to our high school, roughly similar amount of money. They have a list of clients, like I said, municipalities. All of them seem to, have similar scope of practice as well as depth of, knowledge of bond counsel, taxes, securities. But ultimately, the cost to the town residents through, the town budget
for some of the services that are provided by Updike Kelly, as opposed to the other three firms, were much less than what others had been proposing in their bid packages. And we even went so far as to have Mike O'Neill extrapolate out. I forget how far we went out, Mike, but a number of years and for varying amounts of bond amounts, and they continue to be the lowest, if not to low scale, if not the lowest in the out years of a bond note. So it would be our recommendation to go with Updike, Kelly, and Spellacy as our bond counsel. Any questions or comments from folks? Anything from either Councilman Forrest or Deputy Mayor Mazzarella, having sat through that interview phase for the four that had come in that night? I'm good.
I think you did a nice job, Mayor, and I think this is a good move for us.
Okay. There's a lot of material, Matt. Were you able to read it visually and take it all in?
I can laugh at myself. I just don't want to be disqualified. I read every word.
Okay.
What about paragraph G on page 237?
We've gotten past
I
page
highlighted in green.
So I'll make a motion to appoint Updike, Kelly, and Spellacy as the bond counsel as outlined in their response to our request for proposal.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Continuing on for bids, nope, other business, Putnam Bridge Trail Connection Authorization Letter. We heard from DOT and from council members their concerns on this, as well as what DOT has provided. I'll open it up to comments. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
I think at a minimum, we should get realistic cost of maintaining the property from fiscal services. I think it's much more expensive than it looks at a glance, and especially in later years when things like the fence need to be replaced. That's still on us. And as I said earlier, I don't see why the state is requesting that we maintain their property. They put that $12 million project up, and if there's not going to be any way to access that walkway, well then shame on them. I don't think we have the funds to do that, quite frankly. At least over the last several years, we're trying to control our spending, and now we're talking about buying more equipment and hiring more people just to maintain that. And it's not even on our property. It's state property. And like I said, at a minimum, we should get a real handle on what it's going to actually cost. And their master agreement specifically says that you're to assume maintenance on municipality-owned transportation facilities. We don't own that facility. We won't own it. The state owns it. It's on their property. So I don't see why we're required to maintain it. And they clearly don't have anything in writing that says we agreed to that. So, a bunch of people in the room supporting the project does not constitute our commitment to town budget money on snow removal and picking up trash. So, my 2 cents.
comments on this? Councilman Hill?
Thanks, Mayor, appreciate it. I definitely hear the Deputy Mayor's point. That is state property. It should not be predicated upon the town of Weathersfield to maintain it. However, the state has put this project through, it has been through 15 years now, where the bridge is done, the walkway over the bridge is done. The town of Weathersfield has been approved a state grant to connect Main Street and Old Weathersfield to the bridge. We've just applied for another state grant that gets us from the bridge all the way down. So all of that has gone, the town of Weathersfield hasn't yet had to put in a dime yet. So you have that DOT plus those grants. I mean, this is 15 years coming. We're at the precipice now where we can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. The fact that is it almost unfair that we have to kind of assume that these costs? Yeah, I would like the state to step up. But the fact that we're at this stage, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's, I was joking with someone earlier, it's like someone gives you a new car for free, and you're complaining about how you have to pay for the gas. Yeah, it's not something you want to have to go through, but at the same time, we're there. To Sally's point, would we have to ideally purchase some new equipment? Yeah, ideally, but I think to her point, I don't want to put words in her mouth. It's probably something we can get away with not doing for a little while. But so this is a project I wholeheartedly support.
Councilman Lesser and then Councilman O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief because I said most of this before, but I agree with Councilor Hill, and this is a tremendous opportunity for Weathersfield. The residents have spoken up pretty loudly and clearly that they want this, and as I said before, it's a quality of life issue as well as potential significant economic development. And whereas I hear what the Deputy Mayor is saying, I think this would be a big miss if we didn't go forward with this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman O'Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As much as it pains me, I 100% agree with Councilor Hill. And Kevin, that was obviously a joke, but I mean, I hear what the Deputy Mayor is saying, and I completely concur with him that, accepting something without knowing the true cost is not a good precedent, but I struggle with that. I mean, how much money is this really going to cost? First of all, I don't buy the excuse that we have to buy new mowers and stuff. I guarantee there are places in town right now that they can't turn around, and yet they figure out how to cut that lawn. And so I don't buy the idea that we're going to need higher additional resources to go maintain this. I mean, unless they're planning on making it a grass parking lot, I don't know how much landscaping is actually going to be done on the lot anyways. And so, to Councilor Hill's point, we are getting these grants to connect these pieces together. I think it's a wonderful idea. The state spent millions and millions of dollars on that bridge. And every time I drive over that bridge, I think about what a waste that we don't even get to use that. It's like the bridge to nowhere. And now here's an opportunity to finally, see it to fruition, connect Glastonbury and Weathersfield. And, will it lead to economic development? Well, it'll sure make it a lot easier. And so as far as I'm concerned, I absolutely agree. I do think we should continue with this. I do not anticipate this being some massive spend on a yearly basis on the town's part. I think our resources today can easily cover that. I don't anticipate this taking hours and hours of their time. And, as far as who owns the Connecticut River, I'm sure we can work with Glastonbury on whose turn it is to shovel the bridge, because we both benefit from it. So that's just my 2 cents.
And to that point, if I'm not mistaken, we don't have any responsibility beyond where the bridge starts and ends. So it would just be the parking lot and the walkway leading up to the area to get onto the bridge. Any other questions or comments before I go? Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is, with both comments, this is a long time in the making. I remember, obviously living close to the border of Glastonbury, taking the Route 3 bridge in 2 or 3 years of them doing the work, and then putting the pedestrian bridge in and thinking, what a waste. It sat there for 6 years. Obviously, negotiations and, siting work needed to be done. I think we can absorb the cost through what we have currently with physical services. It is open 365 days a year, but it doesn't mean, that, somebody needs to be out there mowing it or weed whacking it every day. Hearing, the gentleman from DOT, he actually talked that it's not fully the responsibility of the municipality to mow, I guess, the embankment, but, close to the, gardens or the mulched area and the plantings and the split rail fence, and then upkeep in the parking lot. Currently, DOT mows that hill right now, so I would suspect they would continue to mow that portion, and whatever would be responsible of the whatever the municipality would be responsible for would just be for simple upkeep in that area. Maybe we can talk to physical services to ensure that, our school parking lots, town hall, library, police, and town garage are plowed out first, and that, we can work with a schedule to make sure that the parking lot is plowed out in a timely manner, but that our focus be on the town buildings where necessary services are done. So I think we could probably have those conversations with Sally and the folks from Fiscal Services to make sure that while we're not missing out on that parking lot, that we are protecting the residents by clearing the snow at town hall and physical in town buildings. I didn't want to go too far into the questioning of DOT, but they do have federal infrastructure money that's coming into the state for reasons to encourage transportation, be it pedestrian transportation or other types of transportation. And maybe we can have a conversation with them at a later date to talk about utilizing some of those federal funds. So while it's tough to imagine that a town has to take care of state property, we still do that to some degree with state property when it comes to cleanup and litter removal. So I think it's a project that is worthy of consideration for us, and I believe the residents would benefit. I know businesses would benefit because of the two connecting Phase 1 and Phase 2 to lead folks into Old Weathersfield and beyond. So I think it's due, and the town has a responsibility to the residents who want it to see it completed. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, it's clearly, I'm the lone dissenter here, but I just want to say one thing and then I'll let you vote on it, but we can't even keep our own parks clean. You go down the cove, there's trash there all the time. We do a horrible job of maintaining our own properties, and now we're going to take on more burden. We can't even do what we have now. The cost of it, that's a whole nother subject. Yeah, it's a little bit of money. It's a little bit of money here, a little bit there. We just signed up for another 600 feet of sidewalk if the grant gets approved for the other part of the walkway. It all adds up. At the end of the day, we're coming up short all the time. And you can hear it from physical services. They don't have enough people, they don't have enough money. There's a million excuses of why we can't maintain the properties. And now we're just adding to the burden. I'll be voting no.
Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make a motion to authorize the interim town manager to sign the Putnam Bridge Trail Connection Authorization Letter.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Sue, did you get that? I
Yes,
believe.
thank you. I got it, thank you.
Okay. Bear with me as I continue down 280 some odd pages of an agenda. And this is the custodial service bid. I'll open the floor to our town manager who brought this to our attention.
Yes, I'm going to summarize very quickly. Basically, we had a custodial service that that we've had them for a while, but lately have not been doing a great job. We went out to bid, and that firm bid, along with quite a few others. We were kind of surprised how many bids we did receive. The affected departments with physical services, the library, police, town hall, we had an interview panel, and we interviewed the current bidder as well as the two lowest bidders, not the very lowest because they didn't bid on everything, but the next two bidders. And we would like to recommend to you tonight Coastal Cleaning. They do state buildings, they do municipal buildings, all of the companies and the state agencies, some in Weathersfield that we called excellent references. And we think it's time for a change. And actually, they put in a great bid, and we'd like to give it a shot, and we're recommending that you award it to Coastal Cleaning.
Was that a motion from you?
From me, sure. But can I do it? No.
Okay. Let's get back up to the motion. Does anybody have a motion that they want to make before I come down to it?
I'll make a motion to award the custodial service bid in an amount not to exceed $156,400 to Coastal Cleaning of Stratford, Connecticut.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. Any questions or comments?
I just have a question. I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Councilman Biggs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Ayes have it. Motion carries. And then we have an ordinance up for introduction, and this is the ordinance on I'm sorry.
Panhandling. That's the
Yeah,
short
commonly
version.
referred to as panhandling. I'm trying to think of a better terminology for it. But this is simply and there's the attached ordinance is there. So this is simply for an introduction for a public hearing. Anybody have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, is there a motion for a public hearing on this?
I'll make a motion to set a public hearing on the protection of public order and pedestrian and vehicular traffic safety from aggressive or unlawful solicitation of alms ordinance for Monday, February 7th, 2022 at 7 p.m. at the Weathersfield Town Council meeting.
Second.
Mayor?
Councilman Forrest?
Thanks. I see where this is going, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with it, but it does appear that at least in the C1 and C6, that I do have concerns over violations of the United States Constitution. And I know that the preamble to this, the purpose says this is not intended to do that, but you can't just say you're not violating the Constitution and then possibly go violate the Constitution. So I would be interested in our town attorney's analysis of why this doesn't violate, or at least those sections, or even the thing as a whole, violate the United States Constitution, First Amendment. As we sort of move forward, I'm sure there's going to be sort of some concerns. Obviously, this is the number one concern in all of these types of ordinances. And interestingly, there's sort of some fraud sections involved. I'd be interested to hear how that possibly relates to the Constitution as well. Other thoughts that I was sort of having or have been brought to my attention is, this is all, it can almost be, and I think it is treated in some countries as a profession. Panhandling is a profession. And it would be curious that if there's either orchestration or not, and as it relates to sort of tax consequences related to the profession. You could panhandle for a lot of money, I would imagine, and not that that's illegal in a sense necessarily, but you'd have to pay taxes on your profession. And I'm also interested to see, and there's been a lot of talk, but we don't know if it's true or it's not true, but if there is any sort of like organized crime or pyramid schemes that are sort of being used in this sort of situations. I know that has been suggested in the past. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I'm proclaiming that it is, but the chief might have some interesting thoughts on whether or not that element sort of exists in this realm. So as we sort of create an ordinance to attack maybe the issues, that the ordinance be tailored to addressing the actual issues at hand, and not just because we don't necessarily like panhandlers, which may be protected. It also indicates that on the front portion that there were that there were ideas thought about what kind of ordinance should address panhandling. Mayor Will requested the town attorney and I worked together to come up with some ordinance that does not violate First Amendment rights. I didn't know if there were any other ideas. For example, like if you want to be a panhandler, like a street performer, you have to get a permit even. Are there permitting possibilities? So if it is protected to be able to panhandle, should it be permitted just like a street performer would, or a hot dog vendor? They're using public spaces for a commercial enterprise. I'd be sort of interested to see if that route might be a little bit, maybe a little bit less offensive to the Constitution, but still appropriately protect the public and also use the space accordingly. So those are just my thoughts before we get to the next section.
Okay, I think we will consider those. We'll talk to Attorney Slater. I know Chief Medina has some comments that he would like to include. So, yeah, this is for an introduction for a public hearing to be fully vetted out. Motion has
3% revenue.
3% revenue.
I don't know if you have a statute for that, but permitting might be, for solicitation, for example, just, to go around and sell stuff to all of our houses, there's a permitting process that we have in place. It would seem to fall into something along that category. And I think that might be a possible solve.
I don't know what they're selling, but we can,
It's
Explore this.
soliciting funds, so. Food for thought.
motion has been made and seconded for the public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carries. We have minutes, and they were included in our packet this time, if I'm not mistaken. I had seen those. If you hadn't reviewed them, please do now. Anybody has any questions or comments on those? Speak now. If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes of January 4th?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carries. Public comment?
There's,
Do we have anybody?
no, let's see. No, there's no one here, Mayor.
Thank you. And then we will make a motion to go into executive session. I see Claudia on.
Yeah, we just need 5 minutes so Derek and Felix can shut things down.
Okay. Everybody wants to take a 5-minute break after a